Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit I don't trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Gonna run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube excellence and edutainment. It is the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fix His Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me Poppy Milo or Milo Poppy, Hentai CGA, the Lord of the Lings, James Bond, and many, many others like Greg Fu Young, but you can call me the benevolent monarch CGA, God Allah, and the reigning and defending 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube, We got a great show for you lined up today. We got a couple of things happening for internet personalities over the next couple of days. I got shows about internet personalities just being completely exposed. It is that time of the month, the first of the month, the first week of the month, and everybody going crazy. We got internet personalities getting exposed. And we got some updates on this. But this particular show, if you're over 35 years old, you might not know who the individual on your thumbnail is. You're like, man, who in the hell is that, CGA? Who?
Wait a minute.
Who the hell are you talking about today? Well, he's important for the people who are under age 35. If you're under age 35, you probably know who this person is that we're going to talk about today. And the person is Akash Singh. Akash Singh. Now, you might have heard this name before around the Manosphere spaces, or around the spaces of the internet and the podcast game. Well, that's Akash Singh and his wife, Jaylene. Something like that. Jaylene. It's irrelevant. Well, that's his wife, and both of them are of Indian descent. And many of the people of the internet are just trashing this guy, Akaash, as a simp. Okay. Now, I don't throw the word simp around because I want the simp word to have a relevance and meaning. You know, I have a show called The 12 Simps of Cheesemas. At the end of the year on Christmas Eve, I do a show reviewing the year's best simps. Not the best simps of time, right? It's just of that particular year. And every now and then somebody will nominate somebody that was the simp last year, and they'll be like, what about Will Smith? I was like, well, he didn't do no simping this year. I mean, he probably did, but he didn't make the top 12. But Akaash is definitely headed to the top 2 or 3 spots at this particular point, and I'm putting together a list already. We're keeping a list. But Akaash is actually allowing his wife, Jaylene, who wants to be, basically, I say this couple is the I Love Lucy. He's Ricky Ricardo. She's Lucy. He's famous and funny. She wants to be famous and funny. He's famous and funny, and it works. She's infamous and not funny, and it don't work. But she thinks she's funny. She wants to be all in a video, all on a record, dancing, come to death row. She wants to be all in a video. She wants to be funny. She wants to be entertaining. She wants to be on a podcast. She wants to be in the show. But she ain't got no goddamn skills. All right? She ain't got no skills. She don't need to be up in front. She need to be somewhere in the kitchen cooking and cleaning. She need to be doing this because she is of Asian descent.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
That's
up.
what she need to be doing, but he ain't got the balls to do it. Apparently, allegedly. They were both virgins when they met. Hey! Allegedly, they were touched for the very first time. Now, we're not here to shit on Akaash. You know what I mean? Because everybody else, everybody else is just, they doodling on the nigga. You know what I mean? They taking the Vince McMahon Cleveland steamer to him and shit. You know, and I'm like, man, that ain't the point of what the internet is for. The point of it is you're supposed to teach the man what he's about to do, because he's ecclesiastically torpedoing his career for this woman. And now somebody's going to say, well, coach, man, he just sold out the Radio City Music Hall. He sold 10,000 tickets. He put asses in seats and he got paid. Well, that's today. Yesterday's prices ain't today's prices. All right. Yeah, that was yesterday. You need some money on the rest of the time. And apparently he was on a podcast. See, what had happened was he was on a podcast, and we got to break this shit down like a fraction a little bit early in the show. He was on a podcast named, I can't remember the name of the podcast. Never watched it in my fucking life. Not the shit on them. I just don't watch podcasts. I mean, because I have the best podcast on YouTube. I don't need guest hosts and shit and big budgets and celebrity names and all of that shit and whores and skeezers. All right, but at the end of the day, he was on a podcast with a comedian named Andrew Schultz. And all of these podcasts are just celebrities getting together to keep their name relevant so they can sell tickets to their shows. You know what I mean? Like, because what else are they going to do? You know, they're going to go get interviewed by Vlad TV for the 100th time. You know what I mean? Like, they're not relevant unless they're on this YouTube. And the way you can become relevant if you're a celebrity, if you will, or even a D-list celebrity, is to be on the internet all day. Like they're trying to do my job. They're trying to do my job. All right. But I don't jump on the stage and try to do their job. Now, that doesn't mean I won't. I might get up there. But Andrew Schultz is a known comedian, and Akaash was a comedian, apparently. I never knew. But he just sold out some tickets to Radio City Music Hall, and everybody's like, his career ain't over. He still got the juice. Well, one of the reasons you have the juice is because you appear on this podcast. Now, the rumor has it that these men were making $100,000 a month on that podcast. 100K. That's rumors. You know what I mean? I don't pocket watch. But apparently they bringing home $100,000 a month. And, you know, most of that money, Jasleen, his wife, she's spending all that goddamn money. You know what I mean? She like, yo, I'm been. Hey.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
I mean, if you look at her TikTok and her Instagram, she's spending all that Mickey Ficky money. Let me just go ahead and show you as an example of that. She going shopping. All right. So she going shopping. So that little money that he was making for podcasts, yeah, he making money from them concert tickets. But how many shows can you do a week? How many shows can you do a month and sell out Radio City Music Hall? You can't sell out Radio City Music Hall, but take a look at that. She don't got a job. She trying to be an internet personality. But there she go with handbags and purses and Louis Vuitton bags and all kind of shit, high heel shoes and clothing. She be going shopping. Bitches be shopping. Bitches be shopping. Black Chris Rock looking nigga. All right. So she be shopping. But apparently because he couldn't take the heat, he done quit the Andrew Schultz podcast. She done quit. He done quit, I should say. He done quit the Andrew Schultz podcast. Now, why does that matter? Because we're going to have to cover this again for the people who come in later on the show. Or why does that matter? Well, see, it matters because he actually has made a name for himself for shitting on other people. Like, you know, you're a podcaster. This is kind of what Abba is experiencing now. His whole shtick is to shit on people constantly, right? Through creative editing and all of these jokey jokes. You know what I mean? He just shit on people and now he getting it back. And you know what I mean? He gonna have to handle it. But he made a career since 2017 getting up on Al Gore's internet, shitting on people. Not only that, he rags on his audience members, right? You know, he shits on his audience members. And at this particular point, they shitting on him. And he said, I can't take it no more. He couldn't take it no more. He done quit the podcast like a biatch. All right.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
All right. So apparently what was happening is because, like I said, I've never watched their podcast before. All right. I heard about it. I was doing my research yesterday and I was like, that's the name of the podcast. Never would have known. I would have called it the Andrew Schultz podcast. But apparently, because he would appear on the podcast as Andrew Schultz sidekick, all the comments were just calling him a simp. Right? They could not get over the fact that I don't know if they were bot comments, but the comments would just be flooded, just trashing this nigga Akaash. They trashing him like they couldn't get over it. You know, that just tells me they got a boring ass show. Like, what the fuck are they gonna talk about? Like, what can they talk about on a constant basis? So they basically, every time he would appear on the show, they just shitting on him. They even did some skits doing some pseudo therapy with him. But what they're trying to say is, man, your wife bugging. Your wife is going to get you fired. Your wife is going to fuck up your bag. And not only is she going to fuck up your bag, she going to skedaddle when your bag is getting fucked up.
Gotta get my bag and run.
All right? She going to skedaddle when your bag getting fucked up. Because when your bag start getting fucked up, she going to skedaddle. She going to be out of there like this. She going to be gone. And everybody knows this. We accept this as the nature of engagement in relationships. It's not a personal thing. It would happen to me too. My bag gets fucked up. All my hoes is gone. I used to have a lot of bitches straight down for me, doing everything I said, even hoe in the streets. But I'm a dog and I dog my bras. Gorilla Pippins driving photo cars. Ain't got no kids, but the bitches love daddy. They had to share me. Yeah, them women couldn't have me. See, I'm a Mac with a capital M. Call me short dog, baby. Put the P in the pimp. All right. All right. All right. So anyway, YouTube age restricted my video because I said a certain phrase, so I'm gonna have to clean up my show. All right, but at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, everybody know how this gonna end for Akaash. Now, why is this ironic? You know what I mean? Because there's always some irony here. Number one, he shit on other people for 10 years on the internet, but he couldn't take that heat. He had to get up out of the kitchen. The other irony of it is that he had some words for one Fresh and Myron. A few years ago, if you guys don't remember, by the way, shout out to Too Short, Todd Shaw, who's married, by the way, but that's neither here nor there. But shout out to Too Short. Let me say something. I don't know if you guys remember, this is right before Fresh and Fit really blew up. All right. This was before they really, I mean, they were already popular at this point, but they were still not like completely relevant to the whole scope of YouTube. People knew about them. They were rising. And what they did was they went on a media tour. All right. And they went on a media tour to go on to Tim Pool podcast. I believe they went on to whatever that guy is talking about the gay frogs. You know who I mean. I'm bad with names. Alex Jones. You know, actually, I appeared on one of their shows. They didn't come to me, though. But what I'm saying is they started appearing on these podcasts, and they did that as a way for them to get more exposure. And there's a way they do it. If you want to know behind the scenes, I'll tell you on Money Mindset for the content creators how you organize such an event. Well, what happened was they went coast to coast, West Coast to East Coast to South to North, and they went on these podcasts that were mainstream. And as a result of that, not only did Fresh and Fit get a lot more subscribers, they also got a lot more hate. All right. And so when they would appear on these podcasts, that would be so-and-so, quote unquote, semi-red pill, right? They were like not red pill, but they would joke about red pill, but they would be. So when Fresh and Fit comes in with the lethal RP, these people took shots at them. All right. And so I remember they appeared on a comedian show. It's a husband and wife comedian. All right. He's a gump. All right. But he appeared on them and they were taking shots at Fresh and Fit. And in this case, Akaash took shots at Fresh and Fit. I mean, we'll show the clip later. So he was taking shots at them. And this is when, as you can see, Myron is quite bald in that particular picture. All right. But Myron did not forget about this. And he later was trying to expose this guy Akaash, and he got what he wanted. So we're going to explain that later on. So there's a lot of things and a lot of layers to this particular story, because to see where Akaash stands today, it is quite interesting that he got his red pills too, right? So you see Abba got his red pill moment. You know, it's kind of like your nigga wake up call, like Parl Mooney used to say, you're going to get your nigga wake up call. You're going to get your nigga wake up calls. And y'all always threaten me. You're going to get your nigga wake up call. What makes you think I never got it before? But that's neither here nor there. So Akaash got his nigga wake up call, or his red pill moment. And that is because these guys that are on these podcasts, they want to appeal to the normies. They're trying to have mass appeal. You know, they got 200, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million subscribers, or they're trying to get to that level. They don't want to be taken down for no misogyny like Myron produces, right? They're not trying to take that. Nah, we're not going to do that. So they have to get back and appeal to the normies, right? They're only going to go so far. And in this case, that's what happened. Now, let me play one more little clip here before we get into the show and tell you how to contribute to today's show. This is an interesting video here of Akaash and his wife. This is his ecclesiastical wife. And check this out. This is him in several clips that are available on social media of him trying to have an intimate moment with his wife, aka a kiss. And she turns her head, not one time, not 2 times, but 3 times. Here we go. There's one time right here. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. I mean, he went in for the lips. All right. He went in for the lips. Look at this, man. I mean, this your ecclesiastical wife turning her head. Oh, no. I mean, this is just
the humanity.
Oh, man, right to the camera with the big old buck teeth. All right. Oh, man, look at here he is right here. Uh-oh, get it down on one knee like a imp. And there he is. This, oh, no. I mean, we seen Rick Ross.
The humanity.
We seen Rick Ross go through this, but that was with his sugar baby, not the wife. Not the wife, not her turning her head. Oh, no, not on camera. And look at this. Oh, look at, oh, my goodness. Jeez, this is getting bad. This is getting bad, sir. I mean, I didn't know much about him. I had to stay up till like 2, 3 in the morning. I woke up early to do some research, man. That's horrible. But it doesn't end there, ladies and gentlemen. It goes even further. There they are on vacation. You can tell they on vacation. And look at this nigga right here. You gonna try to get, oh, no. Oh, my goodness. What is this?
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
What is this? Man, what are you doing? Bro, you can't be doing this to your ecclesiastical wife, not on Al Gore's internet, bro. You can't hold masculine frame like this, bro. Bro, you can't hold masculine frame like this. Let me see if there's any more of this. Look at this. The dodge, the dip, and the dive, and the dip, dive, the socialize, the clean out your ears and the open up your eyes and on all of that shit. I mean, that's absolutely, oh, not a oh, no. What is this? Oh, no. So there's that. That's that. But see, guys, there's much more than that. Guys, it gets worse. Yes, it gets worse, gentlemen. You don't think it gets worse than this. If you've been following this story, you know it gets worse. It's worse than this. Remember, they're ecclesiastically married. Oh, my lordy. Anyway, it gets worse than this because this woman is hell-bent on embarrassing this nigga. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. It gets worse. And a lot of men are in marriages like this, but they're claiming ecclesiastics. They're claiming that, oh, we're traditional. All right, boy, she's embarrassing this nigga. She embarrassing him and made him quit his show. All right, but he said he's focusing on his career. That's what he said right here.
So I could focus on my career.
Shout out to Dr. W. Says, I watched the replay. He says, I remember growing up, my aunts and uncles gave me a taste of box clubs in first class. He says, I told myself this is the bare minimum for me when I grow up. Free Agent Lifestyle for life. Hashtag the shield. Shout out to you getting into what we were talking about during the blue chip part of the stream. Yeah, the bare minimum. And at some particular point, you'll be able to do this by yourself. All right, you'll be able to do this by yourself and run your bag up. All right, it looks like Ko-Fi is tripping. So we're going to move it over to PayPal. The link is PayPal. All right, shout out to you guys. It is our brother Chris Mack says, I have yet to see a wife talk and help her husband's career. All right, golly, that's a co-sponsorship. You know, wrong side, wrong button. Look. I have yet to see a wife talk and help her husband's career. You know, there's something to be said about being seen and not heard. Now, ladies, if you just a woman that want to be seen and heard, go for it. You know, people think that I'm telling women all the time that they have to be quiet. Now, if you got a man that's bringing home money, just be quiet. Like, be quiet, bro. Why you all in the video? Just sit back. Get some horses or something. Go get busy. All right, just don't fuck the horse trainer. Or let me clean it up. Just don't have relationships and copulation with the horse trainer. Go do something. Pilates. Make some matcha. Go make some kids. Go raise some kids. Go do something. Well, I'm smarter than this. I could do more. You know, listen, let me tell you something. Can I tell y'all something? Because this happens a lot in relationships. Women will be like, well, but I got a degree and I actually can do more in life. Do you guys realize that whatever you do in life, you're only doing a small percentage of your actual talent, your actual skill level? Like, I want to tell you something. Like, it's kind of like the wives are like, yeah, but I'm smarter than this and I could do more. Well, if you just want to do more, go do more. Go get a hobby or something like that, or go get your own life. But musicians, let me just give an example. Shout out to all my musicians here. Are you a musician? Shout out to our guitar boss, Jason. Do me a favor, man. Press 1 in the chat if you play an instrument. If you play an instrument, if you're a musician, right? You play the piano, you play the the drums, the guitar. You a DJ? Chicka, break them all something. You a DJ, you're a talent. Now tell me I'm not lying when I say this. If you're a musician, there will be a song. Sometimes you get famous for the song. And that particular song has a basic melody that you play over and over again. Now, as a non-musician, I'm quite impressed by this particular skill. But as a musician, it's like, That's the whole fucking song. So you guys will go from tour to tour, and that be the whole goddamn song that you play. And it be the hit single, bro. That's the hit single. But your only thing is the Now listen, is that the level of skill of that particular musician? No. That musician can do a lot more. And every now and then they'll give you a solo. All right, they'll be like on the guitar, and you'll be like, every now and then they'll give you a fucking solo at the minute of the concert. You know what I mean? For 35, 45 seconds so you can show your fucking skills. Because the whole fucking show you was So every now and then they'll let you demonstrate your skill. But for the most of your career, you're doing minimal work. You're doing shit like whatever. I remember I saw a video of, I think, the Doobie Brothers, and they were performing on the stage, and the drummer was like bored out of his fucking skull, like, God damn. All right. He like, oh shit. He was like, oh motherfucker, like again. He was in his, he could play that in his sleep. The point I'm making is this. Even if you have a job, even if you have a high paying job, the skills that you demonstrate on a daily basis is only a small portion of what you actually can do. Similarly to when you go to work, you're only demonstrating a few skills, and most of the skills are repeated skills, right? You're repeating them over and over again. It's not all you can do, but your job is willing to pay you for that little bit of skill that you can demonstrate. Sometimes they overpay you or underpay you for it, but you do that over and over again. And when you talk about relationships and marriages, it's the same thing. So a wife can be a lawyer, but that doesn't mean I need you to be a lawyer as a wife. See, I'm going to always bring it back home. Just because you can doesn't mean I need that. Just because you're super smart, I don't need you to be that. Just because you could talk, I don't need you to talk. I don't need you to be fucking a lawyer in the house with me. I need you to do this. And I need you to do this repetitively. And this actually helps the relationship. Just like you help your job, your employee, just like you help the person that is the musician in the band. I don't need you for all of that shit. If you want to do all of that shit, go somewhere else and do it. But you don't have to increase your value with me by demonstrating that you can do all of these things that you think you can do. I only want you to I need you to hit that note. Just hit that motherfucking note. Now, if you want to be something else to somebody else, go for it. Just don't give that pussy up that I'm supporting. But sometimes I think with women, they want to demonstrate all their skills. They want to be like, but I'm qualified to do this. And they bring that job into the home, or they want to talk about their purpose and passion. Okay, all right, go get you a little studio so you can get your wine and sip on. Go do whatever you want. Go run a side business. Just make sure it doesn't interfere with what I need you to do. And that's what I want people to understand. So women get offended by this typically because they're like, well, I'm super intelligent and I'm smart and all of that. Well, who cares? All right. It don't benefit me. It actually disrupts me. Your job is to be seen and not heard with me unless I need you to talk and open your mouth, which in that case, I will go ahead and abdicate the throne for a second. I will give you the scepter. All right. And then you can run with it. I will hand you the baton and you can go ahead and run to your third leg. All right. Just go run the third leg real quick.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Other than that, just bring me what value that I need you to bring. A lot of people can't deal with that. They don't understand that. Not a lot of people can deal with that at their job. They're like, I feel like you're not making great use of my talent. Okay, well, go somewhere else. Right? Go somewhere else. Right? But I don't need you for all that. All right, what we need you to do is put these motherfucking, what I need you to do is put these pamphlets in this box and seal it up and put it on that pallet so that forklift can pick it up. And we can send it to Federal Express. That's what I need you to do. Put them goddamn pamphlets in a box. All right. That's what I need you to do. Golly, is that so hard to understand? Shout out to Tywell says, good morning, Coach. Yesterday's live stream hit me like a bus. When I was 8 years old, me and a couple of teenage girls who would babysit me and my brother would play husband and wife. I never really thought about it till you brought it up. Protect your sons out here. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you right there. Goodness gracious. Well, so what you're saying is you played house. Oh, yes. We used to play house. I remember we had a neighbor named Trina and her brother name was Larry. All right. They probably watching me like, you that nigga? All right. One of them probably watching me. And we was like 8, 9 years old and they was about, same age, similar. And then we would play house and shit. And me and Trina would be the husband and wife. And she be in there playing house, doing the wifely things. And I'd be in there like, all right. Ooh la la. All right. Me and Trina, husband and wife. All I was ready to do was get some. Yes, at 8 or 9. This is a disgrace, but that's what we used to think that used to happen here. All right. Are you done ironing those clothes? Time to get some ooh la la. All right. You know what I mean? Just a disgrace. So, yes, we were being groomed. This is a terrible tragedy. All right. But goodness gracious. But for the young men, the Gen Z boys, where y'all grew up with helicopter parents, we used to play like this. I don't know if y'all know, because y'all grew up in COVID. Y'all grew up with helicopter parents. Y'all grew up with parents organizing your whole day. You grew up with parents as friends. We grew up outside. We used to go outside as early as we possibly could, probably way too early, 8, 7 in the morning, knocking on people's door. Can you come out and play? Parents like, God damn, who is this nigga at the door, bro? Okay. Then what would happen is they'd be like, you better be back in the house when the street lights come on. So we was out all day. We would come in every now and then for a sandwich, a popsicle or something like that, or run to the store to get some Tops weed wraps and some big bag of chips. All right. And the ice cream truck would drive by every now and then. And we'd be out there like Eddie Murphy, ice cream. All right. We be out all day long, drawing on the sidewalk, playing the double Dutch bus, playing basketball. We out there doing all kind of shit. Jacks, jumping off of ramps with bikes. Parents ain't seen us all day. Parents in the house fucking all day. Parents in the house fucking. Or one of your parents is at work and your other parent was fucking somebody else. All right. They was like, now go on, get out of this house. All right. And don't slam that goddamn screen door. Okay. We was out there going crazy. We was outside, bro, coming in smelling like a wet dog. Coming in like the parents used to say, you used to come in smelling like you was outside. You smell like outside. I didn't know what that meant until I had kids. And I said, damn, you smell like you've been outside. Come out there, boy, doing skateboard, jumping out, breaking our legs, limping home. I remember one time I got my leg caught in a bike spoke. All right. I was on the bike with my cousin and she was riding me. I'm on the back. All right. And my leg must have slipped through the bike spoke, grounding my shit up. I still got the scars to this day. Bikes getting stolen. Bro, I got my bike stolen one day. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We used to be outside getting bullied, fighting. Also, we would be playing hide and go get it. Oh, yes. We would be playing house. You be the husband, I be the wife. And she be in there. You be touching on girls and getting your first fondling and shit. Playing hide and go get it to try to get some stank on your finger. Ghost in the graveyard. Hide and go seek. Oh, yeah, boy. Y'all young people don't know. That's why y'all antisocial and can't have relationships. We was out there just touching on each other already. Hide and go get it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where's Trina? Here I come. All right. Yeah, playing doctor and shit. Let me see. Open your shirt. Let me see that. Look at those little buds. Looks like you're growing up and out. All right, anyway. Niggas trying to get it in and can't even get hard yet. We was doing some wild shit, bro. You know what I mean? We was wilding out there. You was like, it's supposed to go in. All right, what's wrong? I don't know what's going on here. But the room smells like Badussy. Everybody all in the room trying to hunch on each other. Boy, it's a damn shame, man. It's a whole fucking life, man. That's why you Gen Z people are ecclesiastical. All right. And every now and then somebody get their ass whooped and somebody got a tattletale on someone and somebody go in and get the belt. Who remember these days? Press one. Press one if you remember these days. Niggas playing pencil break all the time. All right, get a pencil. All right, where's my pencil at? You was outside like, come here. Let me see your pencil. You're like, let me see. Put that, hold it tight. Pow. All day, man. Hold it. Nah, man. You trying to hit it on the tip right here by the eraser. You like, come here. Hold it. Come here. Everybody putting their whole shoulder in it. Pow. All right, that's not a pencil break. You breaking it with your arm, Bruce Lee. All right. All right. Anyway. Woo-wee. There was one dude that would just, oh man, he would break the big pencils. You're like, man, this dude crazy. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Who remembers this? Slap boxing in the street. So yeah, man, Gen Z, y'all missed the good times. Y'all missed it. Y'all missed all the bullying, walking home, getting your ass whooped, coming home with a big ass knot on your head. What happened? Larry hit me down the stairs and he threw a tire iron at me. All of that shit. Getting chased out the park by dogs. Asking what set we was from when we was 12. Oh, man, it was a damn shit show. We survived it, though, man. We survived it. All right. Playing football in the middle of the street with the cars. Playing baseball in the not even in the park, in the parking lot, just breaking car windows. All kind of shit, man. Tackle football on the cement right in the middle of the street. With cars coming, tackling. We used to play wrestling. Just power driving. We spiked power drived our homeboy Tim one day. We spiked power drived him. All right. We was on the grass and I jumped up, grabbed this foot, and the dude power drive Tim. We left him, just walked away. Next day, hey, can Tim come out and play? Almost killed Tim. Almost broke his neck. The old white neighbor had to come out because, you know, they've been living there since 1950. Look at these niggas. These niggas out here done tore up the neighborhood, done spiked Tim. He didn't had a concussion for 2 weeks. Hey, can Tim come out and play tomorrow? Tim mama like, man, I heard you spike power drive my son. Oh, is he okay, though? Because can he come out? Because we about to go to the corner store. Yo, we used to do all kind of shit, bruh. Gen Z, y'all sitting inside on your tablet. All right. Looks maxing. Sending DMs. Making Finsta accounts. Ecclesiastically praying for relationships. All right. Playing fucking Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh! Sitting up playing Minecraft and Roblox. Running up your parents' credit cards and shit. Ecclesiastically, ain't touching no poon, ain't getting no dick wet, ain't putting no poon on your finger, no hide and go get it, no none of this shit. All you doing is sitting up on YouTube, live streaming, okay? Live streaming to two people. Oh my goodness, man. Bed rotten. Gen Z. All right, anyway, look, man, shout out to y'all, man. We took a drive through memory lane, and that's why we fucked up today, by the way, y'all. That's why we all messed up. Gen Z, this is why we messed up. I guess y'all gonna do it better than us. You can show us. Yeah, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother here. Joshua Bruce says, you say YouTube is pay for play. What do you mean by this? And how can a new creator use this method? All right, let me show you what that means real quick. Well, I can't tell you everything because it's money mindset orientated.
What that mean?
But gentlemen, all social media is pay for play. All right, it's pay for play. You guys heard the whole expose about the clips. I was on top of that way before everybody else started producing content about it. All right, but clips, all right, clip farming. Clipping, you can promo videos. All right, as soon as you get on social media, if you make a post, you can promo it. You can pay. All right, people are paying these platforms to push their videos. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's pay for play. People are buying bots, bot farming. They're bot commenting. They're botting for views. They're botting for comments. Okay, So it is what it is. I know of big channels that pay for promo. And also, I was talking about the Fresh and Fit tour. If you want to be on podcasts, you got to pay. If you want certain people to talk about you, you got to pay them. Now, you don't have to. They could just talk about you, but they're going to talk about you negatively. But if you want people to review your content in a positive light, pay them. It's pay for play, man. But anyway, I'm not going to say too much, but it is what it is. Every now and then, somebody can get through the system without doing all of that shit, but it is. And Vlad TV pays his guests for interviews. Not all of them, but he pays his top guests for interviews. So they don't just come on there for free and interview. So what I'm telling you is all men pay. Everything's pay for play. YouTube is 20 years in. Trust me, man. They done figured it out. There's a system. But the point is, just being the best creator is not going to be enough. I'm going to be the best person with the best information and the best knowledge. That ain't going to get you nowhere any day these days. That ain't going to get you nowhere these days. All right. Those days are over. I'm going to be interesting and someone's going to find me and then they're going to subscribe. And then I'm going to go through the algorithm just willy nilly. Nope. Join the money mindset. Join the money mindset, gentlemen. All right. I go through this with a fine tooth comb on a regular basis. And that's why, it's pay for play with the information with me. Pay for play, nigga. You want to have YouTube, be a YouTuber, and you want to do it all by yourself? Well, you're going to get all by yourself results. All right, that's what you're going to get. All right, not many people popping off all by themselves. Some people are, most people aren't. Join the money mindset. Nigga, the game is to be sold, not told. All right, with that being said, let's get into this particular point of the show. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater. And we got some laughs coming up here. Hold on to your hats.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's light up that like button. Just give me the lights. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga low. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The first video up on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Where's everybody from Detroit? Detroit represent. How about those Pistons, y'all? How about those Pistons? They lost to the Cavaliers last night, but they up bigly. I think they're going to go to the Eastern Conference Championship, and they're going to play the New York Knickerbockers. YouTube, I said Knickerbockers. I didn't say Nick. Okay, anyway. That should be a good series, kind of a throwback series. I'm looking forward to that. All right, but shout out to my brothers in Detroit, Michigan here. Apparently, there was a video here that somebody's reviewing here. I'm only going to play a short portion of it because, this particular platform, they like to, or this particular content creator likes to, ban you from using their videos. And rightly so. Rightly so. So here's I can't say it. It's P the B. And what's this happening here is these people are here holding a balloon for people who have been probably, I guess, living in prison or had their head up their ass. What people do is they come on the show. A male will come on the show. The females will hold a balloon, and then the male will start talking. And then people will decide whether they want to continue the relationship or knowing more about the person, they will pop the balloon. Okay, so here's what happens here. Here we go.
Our next single guy. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Charles.
Charles, how old are you?
I'm 27.
And where are you from?
Detroit, Michigan.
Oh.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, no. Detroit, Michigan. Golly. Detroit must have a reputation, I would assume, here. All right. I told you about them Detroit niggas. I told you Detroit ain't ish. Y'all be like, Detroit. Detroit. Last time Detroit was relevant literally was when they had a Ford assembly line. Bro, like Detroit ain't been relevant for 100 years already. When the Model T came across the assembly line. When has Detroit been relevant since then? Never. All right, never, ever, ever. Maybe Eminem, 8 Mile. Shout out to Royce the 5'9" and the whole, what was the name of the group? All right, you know the name of the group. Begins with a D. I can't remember the name. But anyway, Detroit. All right, so apparently, look at this nigga right here. He like, damn. Detroit. All right, Detroit. No, D12 is their name. Shout out to you.
My name is Charles.
Charles, how old are you?
I'm 27.
And where are you from?
Detroit, Michigan.
Damn. It's a cold, evil world out there. And boy, they got a couple of hotties right here. Okay, they got a couple of little hotties. Damn. Detroit going out sadly, bruh. Detroit going out sad. Yo, man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy work. Man, put some respect on Detroit name next time. Okay. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. What city is this, ladies and gentlemen? Shout out to our ecclesiastical fine black women. You know, the black women that always say Kim Kardashian, a black woman, and she monetizing the body of a black woman. And I always are miffed by this. I'm like, what black woman you talking about? All right, what black woman you talking about? But that's neither here nor there. What city is this? Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have this. Oh my Jesus, take the wheel. Hold up for a second. Look. Woo. Oh my. Why they so big? Why they so loud and big? Look at these bodies by Hostess. Oh my God. There go y'all sister. And all these women ain't even 30 years old. All of them coming from church. Not even over 30 years old. Looking like that. Golly. Slump busting, booger wolves, cockeyed and knock knee, buck tooth, snaggle tooth. Oh my, panty line. Golly. What in the? I mean, the whole group. That's crazy, bro. Look at this. This one walking knock-kneed. Oh, she too big to be dressed like that. Like she dressed like a baby. And look at the rest. Oh, look at y'all black men got it bad out there. Hey, black men, you got it bad. Hey, man, what city is this? What city is this? This is why I tell you, man, I don't see less. I'm in the West Coast. I'm West Coasting, man. Y'all see that shit in the South all the time. I don't see ish like this. And if I do, I know I'm on the wrong side of town. God dang, bro. And these black women will be like, these passport bros can't get hoes in their neighborhood. Oh, I see. Golly, look at this one right. Oh, man. Oh, another one. Golly. More of them. I mean, that's the whole church. That's the whole, that's the whole church. The whole church like that. God dang, man. No more sweet tea, ladies. No more Kool-Aid. No more sweet tea. No more oxtails. No more motherfucking ribs, chicken, beans, potatoes, hogs, bogs, lambs, rams. All right, no more. God dang, bro. And these passport bros, they out here leaving. They can't get the woman in their neighborhood. They got to go all the way overseas and be a loser at home. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater here. Speaking of the South, we're going to stay in the South. Do you guys know that Tennessee State Democrat person? His name is Justin Pearson. I was very critical of him because he's a fake Martin Luther King. They actually showed him, and they had another hood rat type of senator. She ran for senator or governor. All right, Jasmine Crockett. These people are cosplaying old civil rights leaders. One of them cosplaying a Strag, and she's an attorney. She educated and grew up in the suburbs. And then this what's his name? Justin Pearson is his name. A lot of people follow him, and that's because he looks like a throwback, right? He's like a throwback to Martin Luther King and the civil rights. So and he's kind of like a H. Rap Brown meets Martin Luther King. And he talks enthusiastically. He puts on a fake black scent. There he is right there. He puts on a fake black scent, and he talks about the black struggle. And a lot of old black women and boomers, and these people fall for a hook, line, and sinker, right? And because it goes back and harken back to the days of them when they were black. Right on, brother. Soul power number one. All right, soul brother number one. This type of shit. Afro pick, nigga, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, brother, righteous. Put some dap. All right, give me 5 on the black hand side. All right, you jive turkey. All right, this type of shit. All right, what's up, cat? Yeah, cat, give me 5. Give me some dap, all right, and put some sugar smack on it. You know what I mean? And give me 5 on the black hand side. And hey, brother, soul brother, and psh, all right, we'll see you over here, you jive turkey. All right, yeah, can you dig it, sucker? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? You got to have vision. Yo, bitch chose me, ass nigga. All right, so this is him right here. All right, this is him. I think he a clown, bro. I'm like, man, this is some clown shit. But then I heard somebody I was related to talked about him, and she was like, hey, he's great. I love him. I was like, him? He a clown, bro. All right, anyway. All right, so anyway, why is we bringing this up? Well, apparently over Mother's Day, this nigga went to the black church, because these niggas always gonna show up at church. All right, so let's go ahead and show you here. This is him. This is a elected official, by the way, just so you guys know. This is an elected official at church during Mother's Day. Let's play the video. Man, hey, black people, I can't get down with your causes as long as you front for these niggas, man. This is crazy work, bro. Like, what the hell are you doing, nigga? Like, this ain't Color Purple. What are you doing, son? Come on, man. And y'all think I be talking to, man, coach, man, you be out here mocking God. What is that? What is he doing? All right, he doing the whole shuffle real quick. Who does that today, bro? We realize, man, nobody gets ecclesiastically the Holy Spirit like that no more. Who still gets the Holy Spirit like that? Do y'all still get the Holy Spirit like this? Like, what are we doing here? We don't have to do all this bucking and doing all of this shucking and jiving in church, acting like we don't know how to read. I bet black churches used to have to do this because they didn't know how to read, just so you guys know. All right, just so you guys know, you know what I mean? They get together, we gonna go to church, that little ass church that they had in that movie Centers. They would get up in there and it would be one person in the whole building since 1930 that can fucking read. All right, and he could halfway read. Everybody else can't read. Get out your books, all right, and see if we can read. All right, so what happens is, since they couldn't read, all right, you can't go over a whole sermon having people follow along in the book. You just have to depend on this one nigga that can read, and he's the pastor. And the white man tells him what to tell you. All right, but then here's the sad part. Since they couldn't read and follow along, well, guess what? The whole service is this shit. All right, so this is why this existed. It's not because people were catching the Holy Spirit. It's because niggas can play drums and the piano. And what else can we fucking do? We can't read along with you. So you know what? Just dance. All right, here we go. Dance and sing. We'll do praise and worship for 50 minutes. The sermon will be 15 minutes. And then Deacon Clapcheeks will grab all the women's titties and asses. All right. I mean, but there's no reason for this in 2026, bro. Like, no, everybody knows this is a show. We know that your mama was acting when she was doing this shit. She was acting. It's not real. All right. But okay. Don't take my word for it. All right. Anyway. What a disgrace, man. These people are disgraceful. And we have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Who remembers the TV show Doogie Howser? Yes, we're going way back for the boomers and the Gen Xers. Doogie Howser, for the people who didn't know, was a TV show about a child prodigy. And the child prodigy was played by actor. Let me see what his name is. I can't remember his name. The actor's name is Neil Patrick Harris. Now, you guys know Neil Patrick Harris as the guy that was on the show How I Met Your Mother, if I'm not mistaken. And he came out as Sachet Shantae. All right, so he came out as gay, but of course, we knew him as a kid actor on a TV show called Doogie Howser, MD. All right, for the young people who don't know, I'm going to hit you guys. I'm going to let you guys follow along. He's been in the Hollywood industry for a long time. And so he played an actor. Here he is right here in the TV show. All right, but he ended up being this guy, just so you guys know. You'll probably recognize him as this. And then he was on the show playing a straight male who was kind of a Mac, but then he ended up saying he all the way gay. All right, so anyway, he was on the original show, Doogie Howser. That was his first show. And this was about, what, 1987, 1990? 1989. 1989, a number, another summer. Sound of the funky drummer. Music hitting your heart, because you know I got soul. All right, so Doogie Howser, Doogie. He was a doctor, but he was like 12. All All right. He was 12. He was like the smartest guy. And now you're watching as a 12-year-old like a dummy. Like you think you dumb as hell. You're like, damn, Doogie Howser know how to perform surgery. I'm getting an F in math. You know what I mean? Like you just felt like an idiot watching Doogie Howser. Well, apparently there's an old clip that came back right here on the Doogie Howser show. I forgot. I didn't see this episode. I must have been absent at school. I must have been watching Perfect Strangers or something. Balky Bortakamus or something like that was on or something like that. Maybe I was watching something else or the World Wrestling Federation. But apparently a show here, an episode, a clip from Doogie Howser has been found and they unearthed it. And so this is the clip right here that we're going to show you on Straggle Sniggle Theater right here. Here we go right here. There's a woman right there. Let's play the clip.
I'm approaching 40. My biological clock is ticking. I'm not married, but I do want to raise a child. Do you have any idea what I'm saying? You want to adopt me? I was wondering if you'd consider fathering my child.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Huh? Excuse me? Huh?
What that mean?
So she 40, her eggs, she can't freeze her eggs, and look at him. He looking like,
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So not only is he a child prodigy, a 12 to 15-year-old doctor, since he's an engineer doctor, they're like, well, you can father a kid by a 40-year-old. Why not? Go ahead and bang the 40-year-old. Oh, my goodness. What a disgrace. The New World Order was busy back in the 1980s. Oh, my gosh. All right, look at him. And he's looking at this bitch like, that's why he gay.
Oh, my God.
All right, but this is an example of what we call women grooming young boys. And the world just letting it happen. I mean, ladies, I know you guys think you're always the victim of grooming and predators, but we have here a clip from 1989 of a young white boy. And it ain't Michael Jackson not involved either. But that's neither here nor there. A young white boy getting groomed on national television. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin, the strong take. The poor complain, the rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Become a legend. Money Mindset, patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams. We're there every Sunday. All right, ecclesiastically, join the Money Mindset before we hit the elite level. Shout out to you. Let's see if there's any support for a brother in the day show. Let me see what Ko-Fi is doing. They still tripping. All right, they still tripping and stumbling and tripping and stumbling. All right, here we go right here. We got some people on the pay pizzle for shizzle my nizzle. So appreciate y'all for migrating over here to the other side. All right, so what do we got here? We got, by the way, AI found those videos for me on today's show. What do you think? What do you think of AI producing my shows lately? They've been on hit. AI can produce your show. All right, I put in an excellent prompt, and I got Doogie Howser. All right, anyway. Shout out to our brother here. It is Aaron says, any recommendations on where to live in Las Vegas, Nevada? Shout out to you, man. Well, I can tell you where not to live, and then you can do your own research. Anything in Paradise. don't live there. All right. Anywhere in North Las Vegas, even though somebody will tell you there's a good side of North Las Vegas, just avoid North Las Vegas. All right. That's a start. Anywhere on it depends on how much money you got now, or how much money you got. Right. Any side on the old side of Henderson. All right. Now there's a new side of Henderson, but it's way the hell near California. All right. The people in Las Vegas will think you're crazy if you live on the new side of Henderson. They'll be like, where the fuck do you live, bro? Now, you could also live in Summerlin, but if you plan on going to Los Angeles on a lot down the I-15 and the 215 and I-15, well, you're at the far tip of Summerlin. Now, there is a neighborhood community way past Summerlin, and you're in the boonies. All right, I can't quite remember the neighborhood it is, but it's like 20 minutes outside of Summerlin. If you live way out there, you crazy as hell, bro. All right. Now, there's some very nice exclusive neighborhoods. There's a new side of Summerlin they're building up. There's a new side of Henderson they're building up very well. There is the Green Valley area. There's also the, I think Aliente is building up very nicely, but there's a bad side of that. The old side of Henderson, just avoid that altogether. All right, but anyway, there is another place here. There's another place that just slips my mind that is out here in Las Vegas. Oh, damn. Anyway, there's a very nice side. But anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, just live far away from the strip as you can. Live far away from the strip as you can. And anywhere like near the strip on the opposite side of the strip, like if you go north or east of the strip, bruh, just cancel yourself. And if wherever black people are, do not live there. I'm just telling you, bruh, it's gonna be ghetto. It's gonna be ghetto. I sorry to talk crap about black people, but if you were in Las Vegas and there's black people in your neighborhood, it's a L. It is a L, bruh. It's a wrap. Your neighborhood is crappity crap. Anthem is what I was thinking about, but Anthem, most of y'all can't afford Anthem. Anthem is kind of old. It's kind of old Henderson, new Henderson, but it's exclusive. It's in the hills. They also have seven hills. I mean, most of y'all can't afford that unless you got money. 7 Hills, Anthem, y'all can't afford that ish. So y'all broke, you know what I mean? But yeah, bro, the black people, there's a decent black population in Las Vegas, but you don't want to be around them. Because they'll be like, they be doing it. We gonna cut the jitterbug. They be want to do old roller skating events. They'll be like, look, we're doing a roller skate get together. Do not show up. It's gonna be ghetto as hell. It's gonna be ghetto. Or they're gonna be like, we got a step. We're gonna be doing a step class. And it's a bunch of steppers out there, you know, because some black people like to be around black people all the time. And they'd be like, oh, there's a black community of people here, and they steppers, and they doing roller skate activities, and they doing Motown reviews and shit. It's gonna be ghetto as hell, bro. And I'm not used to ghetto shit, so that's just me. All right, I'm not used to going to no ghetto shit where they, you know what I mean. They got the people cooking fried chicken and shit in old ass grease. The whole event and venue on the inside, because it's gonna be mostly on the inside because it's Nevada. All right, Nevada is a desert. It's supposedly inhabitable, but somebody decided to live here. All right, I don't know. Some crazy people decided to live here. Like before the mob came here, people were living here and they were down on their luck. They were like, one horse town. Why would you live here? Do you realize what goes on here? It's nothing but wind and heat. We have about 4 weeks of nice, calm, sunny weather. 4 weeks and it's gone. Then the mob came in, was like, yeah, they have gambling here. We can make some money. So they decided to build up casinos on top of casinos that were already here, you know, low budget casinos and shit. You know, because Vegas used to be like the Wild West. It wasn't that long ago they were in the Wild West, you know, the Old West, you know, train robbers and shit, cowboys, Indians. Like that was Nevada. Like most of that stuff that happened in Arizona, like, you know, the whole Old West train robberies and shit, that happened in New Mexico and Arizona and Nevada. In California. That was like the Old West. That was like 1870, 1880, 1890. Right? That was when that happened. And so those towns, Phoenix, These are all one-horse towns and shit, right? That people, nobody wanted to live. Arizona, Tombstone. That's Arizona. That's right off the 10. Billy the Kid and these motherfuckers, that's New Mexico and Arizona, right? And Nevada and California. So with that being said, by the time 1940s, 1930s, 1940s, 1950 comes along, they're not that far removed from the Old West. Like they're not even a century removed from the Old West. With that being said, we think Vegas and Nevada as a modern town. It's modern the last 40, 50 years for sure. But it was not that modern back in the day, which means in effect, nobody wanted to live here, bro. Nobody wanted to live here. This is an uninhabitable place, if I'm have it correctly here. Nobody wanted to live there. People didn't live here. People of means did not live here. And the only people that lived here came for silver and gold. Silver Rush, Nevada, the Silver State. Gold Rush, Golden State, California. Okay. People came here to strip mine mines of Mennonite and calcite, New Mexico. So people came here for that, right? And nobody was here for no fun times and shit. People came here like, oh, shit, panning for silver and gold and strip mining. With that being said, the people who live here are kind of on the fringe already. All right. And so the black people that live here certainly on the fringe, bro. They are fringe niggies. Shout out to them. People like, how you know all of this? Well, I lived in all of these states. I lived in California, Nevada, and New Mexico. All right. So I haven't lived in Arizona, but might as well say I lived in Arizona. I'm that close to the border. All right. So I can get to Arizona just like that. I got hoes in Arizona. I used to live in a mining town called Silver City, New Mexico. Yeah. And it used to be a big booming place. That's where Billy the Kid is from. I think Billy the Kid's mama is from Silver City, New Mexico. All right. And I used to see his little house. I used to see it. That was Billy the Kid's mama's house. And it was a little ass fucking house, bro. I was like, who lives in that shit? It was the smallest fucking house I ever seen in my life. I was like, bro, you don't realize people will be out here struggling. This is the humor part of the show. I was like, people used to live like that? God damn. All right. I was like, who can live in some shit like that, bro? But you got to imagine, it was some little ass shit, bro. I was like, damn, my G. All right. That's a little ass house, my G. That's crazy. All right. That was 1873. Yeah. It's an evil world we live in. Like, look at this shit, bro. Like, who can live like this, man? Like, who can live like that? Look at it. Look at it, bro. Look at that. Look at that little ass porch. Look at that little ass house. Could you imagine parents fucking? You could hear your parents fucking right here. No air conditioning, not a stitch of air conditioning. This is when white people covered their whole body. You know, white people today, they like to get cancer. But white people back in the day was smart, because you would think, why they wear all those clothes in the desert? Well, first of all, the desert can get cold. All right. So you never know. You never know what time of the year it is. But back in the day, white people did not let their skin get in the sun. All right. They did not let their skin get in the sun. So they used to wear overcoats, Undertaker clothes, and hats, and dark clothes, and scarves and shit, sweating, punani all musty and shit. Okay. But white people used to cover their whole body. All right. Denim and vests and all of that. Hats. They didn't let that sun get on them. They didn't let that sun get on them, but it would be 100 degrees and they'd be out here covered up, smelling like armpit, bathing in a horse trough. Well, white people don't bathe anyway, so you know the white women wasn't taking no baths. But you can hear your parents getting it on. They getting it on ecclesiastically in this house, boy. If the house is a rocking, don't come a knocking. They send the kids outside. Go on out there and ride a horse and save a horse, ride a cowboy, ass nigga. All right, and they can go in there. And this is back in the day where a woman could be like, we are independent. We can have a job. No, you can't, ladies. No, bro. This is some real work. You going to be a blacksmith? You ain't going to be a blacksmith. You going to rob a bank? You going to drive a train? You going to shovel horse manure? What the fuck is you going to do? All right. And she'll be like, I'll just stay inside. Right? This is where women stayed in the house. All right. Oh man, ain't no independence out here, mammy. Mammy, ain't no independence out here. Get your ass in that house, you big old Bigfoot, old big booty ass. Get your big ass in the house. You heifer, as they used to call them back in the day. I don't call them that, but that's how they used to call them. Get on out, get in there. This is all manual labor. Ain't no goddamn computer. You can't send no emails and no goddamn phone calls and none of that shit. Ain't no phone to answer. Get your ass in that house and you need a goddamn blanket. Sew us a blanket, mammy, Maggie. You know what I mean? We need some food. Bring in some roadkill. Look at what I done killed. Pow. All right. Clean the pellets out of that goddamn thing and we can eat that damn thing. Possum. Dinner served. Come in here and here. Yeah, we got some coon. Cook this coon up and cut all of that up and dice it all up. Cut it up. Cut it up. Yeah. Women like, but I can be independent. I can have my own career and I can have my own job and I can live by myself. Nope. You couldn't be 40 years old as a lady and be like, I'm going to be independent and I'm going to freeze my eggs and then I'm going to have kids at 40. No, you're not. You're an old maid. You're going to get married at 17. All right, 17. She's ready to go. Seems like you're ready. It looks like you're ready. Damn, hell, 17, 15. All right, I didn't say it. All right, this is a history lesson. The age of consent was 12. It was a different time. And you don't think I'm lying. The age of consent literally was 12. All right. But that's neither here nor there. Yes, in some states it was 10. But that's neither here nor there. I have nothing to do with that. That's y'all's white people's history. That's y'all's white people history. I'm not advocating for it to roll back. But the age of consent was 10 and 12. All right, let me see here. All right, let me see here. Map in 1870. Let's see here. Y'all think I'm lying, right? 1885. Y'all think I'm lying, right? I'm not lying, bro. 1885 age of consent map. Hold on to your hats, bro. Hold on to your hats. Look at this, bro. Ring the bell. All right. Look, get the bell rung. One of these says 7. Hey, this is these United States of America, by the way. 1885. That is the age of consent map in the United States in 1885. I told y'all, don't at me on this one. Don't blame me. I'm just here to give the drunk history lesson. This is what they don't teach you in school. But also, you can also marry your first cousin in many of these places. But let me just say this. We can probably say we don't have the world as populated without these low ages. But that's neither here nor there. Let's move on. This is just crazy here. People are going to say I'm advocating for something. I'm just here to teach. I'm just here to teach stuff that you didn't know. Interesting, curious cases of history that has been lost. But I found it. All right, I got drunk. I found it. Shout out to Justin. Justin, we're going to call you Higginbotham. He says, shout out to the best edutainment on YouTube. Here's my overdue support for the GOAT. Keep spitting facts. Was your bike affected by Harley's recall? Congrats on all your success. Well, I better go check that out. I don't even know about the recall, but I better check my email. I don't see, man. I might have to take my bike back. Oh, Lord. All right. Oh, man. On May 20. Okay. Oh, shit. Softails. Okay. Touring trikes. Oh, man. All right, man. I might have to take it back. I'm going to check my VIN number. Thank you for letting me know about that. I wasn't keeping up with that. All right. So shout out to you right there. We got our brother here. It is JC in the building. We got Jesse. He says right here, this is my first time chatting from PayPal. I don't like it. Anyway, remember trying to delete ourselves with pop rocks and colas. He says, and when somebody put a stick on your shoulder in a fight you didn't want to be in. Yes, indeed. He says right here, or you put the stick on. He says so many obstacles to get through just to go to the stove. It was a game of survival, man. It was a game of survival. By the way, y'all used to get Mentos and Coke and make seagulls drink it. Y'all used to make them drink a Mentos. Y'all was crazy, bro. Man, it was crazy. Look, for the people who didn't know, I think adversity, kids going through adversity is important. Like just going down to the store, you had to be like, which route can I take? Where's hold on for a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Like you had to plan your life at 8. Let's see here. I'm gonna type this in because I gotta think of the name. Okay. Let's see if we can do it here. Oh, yeah. You have to think about where Debo was, where the Gooch was. Right? The Gooch is down the street. We got to pass by the Gooch's house. Press 1 in the chat if you know where the Gooch is from. You had to plan your whole, oh, man. You couldn't phone call somebody. You couldn't text somebody to say you was on your way. You couldn't even text your friend, are you up? You had to just go to his house. Then you had to pass by the house with the pit bull and a Rottweiler. And they had a little ass fence, and the Rottweiler was on, and they had a hole in the fence over here, and they kept putting the Rottweiler right here in the front yard, and they would just let the dog run right through the fence. The dog just be running down the alley like, yeah, who we gonna fuck up right now? Heathcliff and all that. Marmaduke. Man, we had it bad back in the day. It was a game of survival. Just being outside. Then you couldn't, teenagers, you were young and you see the teenagers hanging out. Teenagers used to feel like, what the, bro, they used to be like a gang. They were so old to us. We were like 8 and the teenagers are down there. What are they going to do? They're going to beat us up. They're going to give us some purple nurple. They're going to give us the, pull our, all of that shit. They're going to give us a Murphy. They're going to pants us and pull our pants down. Like just crazy shit. There were winos on the corner. Adult pedophiles trying to kidnap you. Man, it was like, man, somebody gonna take our lunch money. They gonna jack us. Somebody gonna hit us with the switchblade. Radaman's gonna hit us with the switchblade, and they gonna hold us, and they gonna be like, man, we gonna stab you. We gonna cut you, give you your 60 cents. And you go in your pocket. All right, you got $2 in your pocket. $2 used to get you a lot. You go in there. Yep, they take your football like in Boys in the Hood. Man, I ain't gonna take it. Let me see your ball. Pause. Then they take the ball, you give them the ball. All right, man, you give them the ball. Thanks, cuz. They just take your ball. You like, damn, man, fuck that nigga, man. Buster ass nigga, man, fuck him. Man, I'm gonna whoop his ass one of these days. Bruh, it was lethal. Guys, the child mortality rate, not during these days. Guys, most kids didn't even make it past 5. Most kids didn't even make it past 5. Like, you didn't have nutritional value and shit like that you had today, bro. You had government cheese, and you had sleep for dinner. Well, we ain't got no food. Go to sleep. You going to sleep just hungry as hell. Watching old episodes of MASH and I Love Lucy. You had 4 channels, so you didn't want to go inside the house. Ain't shit to watch on TV. We ain't got no cable. 4 channels. What they playing today? Look at that shit. Lone Ranger. Gidget. All right, ain't shit on TV, bro. We ain't going outside. Hey, on Sunday, wasn't shit on TV, bro. Nothing on TV. Nothing was on TV. Like, you'd be like, what they playing on TV right now? I Love Lucy and Gidget. Oh, man, let me just go on outside. Fuck it. The Munsters and the Addams Family. I'm out. Yep, some old Clint Eastwood movie and shit. You're like, man, I ain't watching this shit. All right, what are we doing? Because white people used to run TV back in the day. They used to put on shit like, look at this great shit. Clint Eastwood. Man, I ain't watching no fucking Clint. Let me just go outside. They playing Little House on the Prairie right now. I'm out. Let me go on outside. They playing Green. What is it called? Was it Green Mile? It wasn't Green Mile. It was Green something. Bonanza and shit. It was another song called Green something. I can't remember that shit. Man, ain't nobody want to watch this shit. Green Acres. I'm out. Let's just go outside. Fuck it. That's all we had to do. We would be out there kicking rocks, walking. We would walk for blocks. Anyway, you young brothers don't know how it used to be, man. Y'all brother didn't know how it used to be. We didn't have it as good as y'all. Shout out to No Government Name says the ladies really want the men to believe if men simp, relationships between men and women will be good. And that is what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They're essentially saying the solution to relationships is men simp. Now, of course, the opposing view of that is for women who believe relationships to work, they're going to call you a pygmesia. So really, it's a sad scenario. I believe in order to make relationships work, you got to simp. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. A woman's best relationship, the best thing for her is masculinity. But we know they don't want that. Now, they want to have sex with a masculine man, but they don't want to be married to a masculine man. That's just too much control. So they want simps. Shout out to Paul, says, my top G. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Paul. We got Dado, says $5 holla for my Ninja CGA. Thank you for the support y'all getting here, man. Y'all giving, and I'm giving y'all some great edutainment while y'all sitting at work. Jones G says his TV would turn off at midnight. TV was off. They didn't have ESPN and infomercials and all of that shit, and that Asian woman exercising and shit in her sports bra. And that black dude, Byron something selling you shit. They didn't have all day 24-hour news. TV would just be like, it's 10 o'clock. Where are your kids? Then they have a Catholic church choir singing and shit. Ooh, hoo, 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 that demonic ass Catholic music. Shout out to Eddie Griffin. Ooh, ha, ooh, ha. They say that shit. You be like, what is this shit? Turn the shit off. All right, this shit giving me nightmares and shit. What is this? Everybody knew when MASH came on, it was night. MASH came on, it's time to go to sleep. Parents didn't even have to tell you, bro. They didn't even have to tell you because Three's Company was on and you was ha-ha and kiki and shit. You was watching motherfucking Different Strokes and Dukes of Hazzard. Then the MASH came on. Oh, shit. Look at that. Time to brush my teeth. Guess we got to go to school in the morning. Right, MASH come on and shit. You like, oh, god damn, bro. It's over already? Because you couldn't tell time. Benny Hill come on. Oh, shit, it must be time for me to go to sleep. Friday night videos and shit. Right, I'm up late. Yes, indeed. As soon as that fucking MASH song came on, nighty night, because nothing else was about to be on TV the rest of the night. So you might as well just go to bed. And you didn't have a phone or none of that shit. You didn't barely had a radio in your room. And your radio only played AM songs. Yeah, AM radio, not FM. Hogan's Hero comes on. Twilight Zone? Hell yeah. Twilight Zone coming on. Sleep. By the way, even before that, they didn't even have TV. So they was like, when the sun went down, night's over. All right, here we go. Right. For people back in the day, when the sun went down, it was time to go to sleep, bruh. All you had was the moonlight and some goddamn kerosene. And they didn't let you have kerosene in the kids' room because you will light the whole goddamn house up. That little ass shack you live in. You have to take a piss outside. No, I'll hold it. There's rattlesnakes out there. Fuck it. And coyotes. As soon as the sun went down. Well, what else are we going to do? Nothing. Sleep. All right, anyway. All right, anyway, shout out to y'all going down memory lane. You kids don't know how good you have it, as the old people used to say. You kids have it good. That's when we used to get up early in the morning because we got some good night's rest. We didn't have all of that blue screen just hypnotizing us and shit and all the goddamn YouTube playing subliminal messages. By the way, always fall asleep to my show with the ill subliminals. You'll become educated. All right, let me see here. I think that's it on this one. I'm going to check this one over here, see if the PayPal works. Okay, that's so. Okay, so Q, shout out to you. He says you're the best at this YouTube. Shout out to Q over on the Ko-Fi. Thank you, man. I try to be the best at this game real quick. I know people are better than me. I know people think they're better than me, but I think I'm the best to do it. I'm in the hole, you know what I mean? I'm shadow banned, but it is what it is. Let's get back to this part of the show. We have crime and law CGA. We got a couple of crime elements to report on. Let's get some crime. I love crime too. We got crime and law CGA. We got the banner here. And let's take you to the first one. We have going to Phoenix, Arizona. Apparently, a woman ran over a man after they matched on a dating app. All right, let's take you to the story here. They matched on a dating app, and the woman ran the man over with his own car. All right, let's play the video here.
Phoenix police say a meetup off a dating app ended with cold-blooded murder. A woman accused of running over her date with his SUV is now in jail.
It took 4 days to track her down at a Denny's in Flagstaff. That's where Mason Carroll joins us live. And Mason, this is a wild story.
Yes, it is. Now, we don't know all the details about this, but we do know that the victim knew something was wrong right away. As police say, he texted his friends and family that he believed he was being catfished. Now, this was just hours before his date is accused of running him over with his own car and then fleeing the scene. That woman was arrested here in Flagstaff, and she claims she doesn't remember anything.
Oh, of course.
What started as a date turned into a homicide investigation after police say 30-year-old Michaela Bahi ran over 52-year-old Norris Taft.
All right. Phoenix, not a surprise here. So she's either Native American because they have a lot of they have a lot of reservations here. Yes, black people. They have a lot of Indian reservations still. They call them Native Americans here now. But they have a lot of Indian reservations here on the West Coast after they goddamn death marched them all across the damn from Florida, all right, and landed them over here and set up Indian casinos later on. But anyway, she might be a Mexican though. By the way, the Mexicans that live in the south of our country, but northern Mexico, are just Indians. They're Spanish Indians. Not all of them, but you might bump into a woman in Arizona that looks Mexican and it's an Indian. But it could speak Spanish and now it's a Mexican. All right, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. Our history is fucked up here in the United States. But you don't know, you never know if you were when you were in Mexico. You never know because Phoenix was Mexico. All right, so they have a lot of Indian reservations here, as they used to call them, and back in the day. But by the way, here, check this out. Apparently, something's wrong with this particular story here. Because did you hear what thick ass Mason said? She said he got catfished, but hours later, she ran him over with the car. Something ain't right. Something don't sound right about that story. So you met the woman, you text your family that you got catfish, and hours later you got ran over. Let's rewind that. Let's rewind that for a second. All right, because I caught that. That means you went in there and you got that cootie cat. He went and smashed. He was like, all right, fuck it, you're here. All right, so it was an older man and a younger woman, although she was in her 30s. He was in his 50s. Let me see if we can get that again.
Fleeing the scene. That woman was friends and family that he believed that the victim knew something was wrong right away. As police say, he texted his friends and family that he believed he was being catfished. Here. Now, this was just hours before his date is accused of running him over with.
You see that? You see that? I caught that. You couldn't get by me, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
You still smashed. You hit that and she turned cray on you. All right, you hit that gordita. You hit that taco. You hit that taco, and then she went cray on you. She went motherfucking fatal attraction on you. So you still hit after you got catfished. All right, I caught that, but let's hear the story here. Okay, here we go.
52-year-old Norris Taft in the Phoenix parking lot. The two met on the dating app Moco Space, and Taft picked up Bahi this past Sunday for their first in-person date. Right away, court documents show Taft texted family members that he had been catfished and was trying to end the date. But the pair visited multiple locations, including a marijuana dispensary. They went back to Taft's apartment complex, where surveillance video later reportedly showed Bahi getting into Taft's car. The documents state Taft then stepped in front of the car, trying to get her to stop.
I told you, bruh, he still smashed. He still hit. Oh. Okay, man, I can't feel sorry for you, bro. You still smashed. You went back, you got catfish, you saw it was this biggin. You saw it was a chicken torta, and you still went to the marijuana dispensary, and you still went to several locations to get a goddamn Taco Tuesday. And then you went back to the crib, and you still got ran over. That's what happens, man. Hey, man, all men pay, bro. All men pay, as I tell you.
Oh, that's nasty.
All men pay. Don't come crying to me, bro, after you done hung out with her for hours and dug her out a couple times. And now you out here mad because you couldn't smash and dash.
That's when she hit him with the car and dragged him beneath it. Prosecutors say it looked intentional.
There is strong evidence in this case of surveillance footage that captured the defendant running over the victim. It certainly looked like it was intentional as she was accelerating, even though the victim was in front of the car.
She tired of getting smashed and dashed. I'm telling you, man, at some particular point, you guys don't realize these girls, they tired of getting smashed and dashed. She been on dating apps. All these niggas want to do is hit. She thought it was something special. She said, love me in a special way. She tired of getting smashed and dashed. He done nutted down on her chin. He did the hokey pokey, and he turned her ass around. He tried to dip and skedaddle, and she was like, nope. You ain't gonna get me.
Hands up.
According to police, Bahi fled the scene and Taft was pronounced dead at a local hospital.
Oh my Lord.
The next day, Bahi took a shuttle from Phoenix to Flagstaff.
Oh.
She was arrested by Flagstaff police at this Denny's on Wednesday.
Yeah, this is a murder case.
She at Denny's. What a shock. I didn't realize he died in this. It said on the screen deadly. Look at that big old Millie mouth ass, double chin, triple chin ass. She done stopped at Denny's.
I'm always hungry.
Oh, no.
All I spend my money on is food. Papa John's, McDonald's, America's Best Wings, Popeye.
I bet you the police was like, you know what? We got a picture of the suspect. Let's just case every Denny's and IHOP. And more than likely, we gonna find the suspect. She gonna have to eat. She gonna have to eat, bro. Just stake out all the food joints. She gonna have to come around my way. Come around my way. At some particular point, her ass gonna have to eat, nigga. She can't get that far without getting some food in her mouth, bro. All right, yo, that's crazy. Hey, man, this dude died, man. This should be a serious show. This is a serious show, man. This is terrible. Rest in peace to that nasty boy. We lost another nasty one.
Oh, that's nasty.
We lost another nasty boy. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater here. We got a guy out here apparently in this particular skit. You know, I just mess with people at grocery store with their little glasses that they're going to ban at some particular meta glasses. Apparently, they go around messing with people, and it says shopping out of people's cart gone wrong. Let's play the video here.
These are my favorite.
These are my favorite.
Oh, you got meat?
It's hard to find these.
I'll take it. You got 3.
This is a blessing come true.
These are my favorite.
Are you fucking with me or what? I'm about ready to put your brain.
Okay.
Shit back in the cart. Why are you fucking with me?
Just seeing what you got. Just seeing what you got, sir.
Well, you see what I got, right?
Oh, we saw what you got.
Okay.
It's scary. Oh, you just pulled out a gun on us, bro.
Right.
These are my favorite.
All right, look, man. Hey, listen. Let me tell you, bro. In the old days, people don't realize that back in the day, this is what white people used to look like. Now, I know y'all got the white people y'all look at today, and y'all think these were the white people in the past. But when I grew up, the old white people used to look like this. All right, they used to look like this. So, you know, I know y'all think these white, prissy white boys, you know, these California surfers. Back in the day, the white people used to look like this, man. They used to not play with you. You know, ask them old boomers that used to live in Atlanta. They will mess you up, bro. They was going through some struggle because you guys don't remember, white people used to be blue collar workers. Like most white people used to be blue collar workers. They weren't white collar criminals. You know what I mean? Them white collar cocksucker criminals. White people used to be blue collar workers, barely making it, poor. Most white people were poor. They weren't out here rich, suburban. The suburbs were the suburbs to them, but they were just outside the city lines where they were redlining you and gerrymander you. They didn't live all out in the hills and 30 minutes away in the desert. They used to be, especially, you know, back in the 50s and 60s and the 40s, ecclesiastically, they used to, be people that were in the military and they went and did some, you know, post-military work, and they were in a union somewhere working on the railroad, this type shit. This type shit. They used to be like that. And so they didn't play around. They weren't all of these kind of people here that will ecclesiastically walk you through it and try to negotiate and talk you through it. And, oh, hi, how about we use our this and that, the therapists and the college degrees? White men didn't go to college like that. And if they did, they went to college after they went to war. So they were kind of rough around the edges. I used to call them barbarians. Now, not the barbarian that was at the gate, but the old school Lyndon Baines Johnson white people. All right, the old LBJ white people. They were born like 1897. 1897, and they were 50, 60 years old at 1949, 1950, 52. They were barely 50. Like, he was like barbarian ass motherfucking white people. The white people that used to keep the motherfucking handkerchief, and they would just be like, oh, at the table and put it back in a pocket. And then shake your hand with a cigarette in their mouth. Like it was nothing, bro. No hand wash, no antibacterial soap, no hand sanitizer. They would just snot rock it and shake your hand. Put it there, pal. All right, we're gonna do it. Look me in the eye, gentleman's deal. These are some barbarians with the nose hairs all hanging from their nose. You looking at these niggas like, ah, damn, bro, what is this? That's how white people used to be, bro. They used to be dangerous. They'd be liable to snap and kill 12 people and have a whole flashback of D-Day storming the beach of Normandy. All right. They had some body count. They didn't kill some people. Okay. So them boys found the wrong kind of white folk. You don't mess with them white folks because they've been through some problems. They lived in the Dust Bowl and moved to Bakersfield. They were in Oklahoma Dust Bowl and moved to Bakersfield and had a drought and didn't eat for a goddamn 30 weeks. So you got to be careful what type of white folks you mess with. These white folks out here don't mess around. They're crazy out there. All right. Anyway, they'll snap on you, crash out. We got another piece of crime and law CGA out here. Crime and law. Give me the crime and law. We got crime and law CGA here. Abba and Preach. Apparently the woman is making the rounds across social media. We got some social media content creators offering an opportunity for Abba's girl to come up there and bring her mentally disabled, bipolar depressing ass up on the screen and give her attention. All right. She's looking for clout. Maybe the content creators are looking for a little bit of clout, or maybe they're looking for a little bit of revenge. We've seen Steve Knight is his name. Steve Knight has brought on the woman for an interview. And you guys know, I don't know if you know, Steve Knight and Abba and Preach have some beef. So he's trying to get his get back on Abba and Preach. And then we also saw Saint in the Center have an interview with her. And it was a very lengthy interview. I was not able to get through it because she's boring. Right? She's boring to listen to. But she was trying to do her best to stay up there as long as she could and duke it out. The Saint was just trying to get more details out of her, but she was being very vague and evasive. I had to run an errand, so I stopped watching it. But apparently she was up there for 3 hours yesterday. I'm like, golly, right? This is crazy. But apparently she went up on the Night Talk, Steve Knight, or is it McKnight? I think Steve McKnight, somebody else. Steve Knight has a channel. He has 2 channels, and he really got roasted by Abba and Preach about a year ago, and he is steaming about it. Right, he's steaming about it. But here's the thing. What do I tell you, gentlemen? When you have one woman come out, what's going to happen? It's going to open the floodgates. Another woman's going to come out. Or another woman's going to try to co-sign the story, or she's going to make up her own lie to fit the narrative to get revenge. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, but when multiple women come out, that's when you get buried. And oftentimes where there's smoke, there's fire. When one woman comes out, people think, oh, I can just dismiss this one woman. And they'll go, I'll just dismiss it. I'll talk it off. And then boom. While you're in the middle of fighting this one off and just dismissing her and calling her a liar and manipulative, and she looks crazy, you're like, damn, she looking crazy up there. And then you're like, see, she crazy. Another woman's going to come out. It's like clockwork. So in essence, Abba and Preach is experiencing his own Me Too. Now, this woman that has come out didn't really come out. She came out through the first woman. So the first woman actually said, put up the second woman, but I can't even really determine if this is the actual second person or if it's AI. But we're going to go to the Night Channel. And this woman right here, you can see the woman here. She's appearing here, Libby. She actually finds another woman to co-sign and basically say, well, if Abba was concerned about her cheating on him, well, in fact, Abba was actually cheating on her. Hypocrisy, right? Hypocrisy. So the second woman says, oh, I was dating Abba at the time you were breaking up with Abba, where Abba was calling you a cheater because you had a second Instagram. I was dating him. And she also claims I got knocked up and I had an abortion. Oh, no.
I'm Pepe.
So let's go ahead and review this. We don't know if this is true because kind of it's not matching up. The audio and the video is not matching up. But she's saying she recorded a call with the second woman that said the exact same thing happened to her. Let's continue here.
So this is the girl that I get in contact with. She says she was also dating Abba, and we call.
Just do it. Of course, you know her name, but are we able to know her name or not?
No.
It's an evil word.
No, so I don't know what you saw. But Stevie, can you also like blur this part out?
Yeah,
like,
of course. Yeah.
Part, She doesn't want to be. Okay, so yeah.
So I don't think he blurred it out, but let's continue.
She contacts me, and I literally have this conversation with her this morning. Hey, girl, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I was talking to Abba, and it really fucked me up, actually.
What happened?
My friend was saying it was like really gaslighting, wasn't it? It was so tough. But like she was really sad when I told her that we were talking in March. She was like, apparently you had told her that she was a whore for having Instagram in March. But we were having.
You don't know that whole story. You don't know what that's about. So just don't bring that up. You don't know.
January, March, you were still all this time talking to her. That's weird.
All right, so as you can see here, she's playing a voicemail. So just similar to the first one, this one has recorded either a phone conversation or a voicemail. The MO is the same. The MO is the same. She's claiming that, hey, all right, man, boy, I tell you, man, listen, man, what do I tell you about young ladies, man? What do I tell you about messing with these women? You're going to pay one way or another. And if you sloppy with your work, which we can clearly see Abba is sloppy, or any of these allegations, he's sloppy. The voicemail doesn't sound like him. It could be anybody. But what do we tell you guys is that attention is their currency. They're always going to play the victim narrative. And if these cases are true, and we can say that the first case is true, we don't know about the second case. This is just on the word of the first woman, although that first woman's crazy. It's always going to be the same thing, right? 1, 2, you're going to have a way you deal with women. The women, you're going to deal with them a certain way. And then these women are going to feel hopeless. Let's just say both of them are telling the truth. They're going to feel hopeless and they don't know what to do. And then it's going to take one woman to be brave, which we would say in this case is Libby, to come out here and say, hey, I'm willing to face the wrath by sharing my story. Okay. For whatever reason she wants to share it. Then the other women say, hey, that happened to me too. So that's the Me Too movement. And I would just say, you know, Abba and Preach have been staunchly supportive of this type of movement, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. All right. But now you're seeing it's happening to him. Okay, let's see if we can continue here. It's hard to hear the audio, but this is her playing a voicemail claiming that it is from Abba.
If I don't want to talk to someone, I just want to come anywhere.
Hold on, press pause, Libby. So this is the girl that Abba was dealing with, but she just recorded a conversation with somebody on her phone and she's letting you hear it.
So she contacts me. So she saw the video today. She then emails Abba. She has to email Abba because Abba blocked her off the phone too. She has to email Abba and tell her, what is this video? I can't believe like you're letting her go through all this. Like I experienced the same stuff with you. Like something like that. Like she's getting mad at him for.
Okay, so that's the Me Too movement. So I don't know how she stumbles upon the video, but you never know. I mean, we stumble upon videos. So for some reason, she got the video of Libby's original video, and then she calls Abba. That's what they're claiming in this particular thing. But remember, claims are claims. But we kind of figure out where the truth is. But we always tell you to prepare for this aftercare. And we could say, let me just say this. For whatever side you're on, you can clearly see he's sloppy with his work. Absolutely filthy sloppy. And it is kind of indicative of how he presents himself. He doesn't present himself as well put together. Okay. He doesn't present himself as having a program. He kind of presents himself as a progressive liberal, right? But even the way he dresses, you know, his styling, his hair, even his studio in the background, he's not well polished, which means that even when he's dealing with these women, you can see the sloppiness in his work and how he's dealing with them. You got talking about raw dogging, you know, condoms and lack of condoms and abortions. And then this woman's claiming that's the same thing. And then he comes in sloppily, even with his presentation. So with that being said, you can see why how he would get into this situation. This is too easy for him to thus understand. Now we can use this as a learning tool. This is why we're talking about it. This isn't to downgrade Abba and pile on. This isn't to say we believe these women. What we're doing is just simply using it as a learning tool of how fast shit can pile on against you. What men in this space are hearing, they think I'm picking sides. They think, oh, you believe in her. Yo, these girls are clout chasing. That's why you guys are low. That's why you guys are low frequency. I'm simply trying to use this as a learning tool. So, you know, guys, you never know. 10 years, who will you be? It's the same program. You got to run a tight ship. You guys got to realize you're going to pay in one way or another. You got to realize you got to know who you're dealing with. Who are you dealing with? This is what you're dealing with. Renegades and sugar babies and women that are on depressants and women that get in their feelings and women that look to clout chase. That's easy. That's easy work. Well, he's clout chasing. That's easy. We can see that. Any moron can see that. What we're telling you is you need to pay attention to how you're dealing with women out here. Because if your shit is sloppy, you're going to get exposed quickly. And even if you don't get exposed, or even if it's not true what they're saying, the exposure is enough to hurt your credibility. By the time there's a third woman, his credibility is going to be ruined. Okay, he survives the first one. You can just simply be like, well, I like Abba. It doesn't matter. You know, it's not the same as Fresh. You can get rid of her. When you get the second woman, you have to then go, this is interesting. And if he has to do another live stream on the second woman, his credibility is now faulty. Then the third woman is going to bury him. Nope. Yes. The third woman is going to bury him. If there's a third woman that claims they got pregnant and she got an abortion, he's going to get buried at that point. There's no saving him. You can't talk it off. You can't talk it off now. You can't be like, well, it's different. Okay. Because he's going to have trouble now producing content, which is how he gets paid. He can't jump up there and do the same content anymore. He cannot jump up there and do the same content anymore, which was his humor, and to kind of degrade people and kind of talk about them and expose them and use clever editing to ridicule people. He can't do that anymore. By the third person, he can't do that anymore. He would have to have another way to present himself as a content creator. Okay. with that being said, this is why it's important that you have a good program that you run when you're dealing with women, even through marriage, hookup, even avoiding marriage, even avoiding childbirth, which he clearly did. He didn't get married to her. He didn't have kids. She didn't file a lawsuit either. All she did was jumped up on YouTube, and now we got allegedly another woman. Now, even if the third woman comes out to be kind of crazy, it's hard to dismiss 3 women. Hard to dismiss 3 women.
For me.
Yeah.
And so he calls her, actually. And while she's talking to me on this Instagram, we're like, this is what I'm experiencing, and I'm experiencing, this is what I'm experiencing, and she's talking about what she's experiencing. Abba calls her because of that email. And so he's trying to explain what's going on. And she tells him, like, I'm in contact with your ex, and you're making her seem like she's crazy. And you're making her seem, you're allowing her to.
I get it. We're wondering because
let me stop right here. Guys, what do I tell you? Here's some more lessons. And this is exactly why I say what I say. Always mess with women that have just as much to lose as you do. Isn't that a CGA-ism? How about this one? When you become a person with a reputation, you can no longer pump and dump. Didn't I tell you that? I've been telling you that for a long time. And people don't look at me as a person with a reputation. I'm like, no, you don't realize, like, with my numbers to the regular normie bitch, I'm a celebrity, right? To the regular normie Gen Z millennial woman, I would be a celebrity. I would be enough for her to jump on the internet and make a story as long as her reputation is clean, right? And her backyard is clean. You can't pump and dump anymore. You have to move differently. And people be like, man, you need to run game. You need to be out here. You can get it for free. I'm like, it's not worth it. Because look at now. A third woman comes out. You would clearly see it's not worth it. Raw dogging and nutting in women. All right. Well, getting them pregnant. Let's just say that. Getting them pregnant and paying for early terminations of pregnancy. This is why I tell you, I have to move completely different. I can't do what you do because you don't got a reputation. Your reputation is local. Your reputation is in a building at work. That's your reputation. My reputation is worldwide. So I can't pump and dump. Pump and dump is not worth it. And then pumping and then knocking women up, allegedly knocking women up, and then paying for abortions. This is not it. So now let's go back. Let's say they're lying. He's got to prove that they're lying. Because I think what you're seeing, these content creators, they're taking their stories and they're taking their stories at face value. You could dismiss Libby because of her behavior. Her behavior. She's got a weird personality. She seems like she's a little bipolar. You can't dismiss 2 or 3 more of these women. Okay? Can't. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for him to do it. And now, then you go forward and say, content creation. What about his job? How do you do it? How do you continue to make that type of content without your fan base at least pulling back a little bit and not giving you the benefit of the doubt? Okay. So be careful with this. He's going to have to fight this battle for better or for worse. And if he's falsely targeted, I hope something happens to these young ladies. All right. I hope something happens to these young ladies. All right. So anyway, that's Crime and Law CGA. Shout out to you right there. It getting kind of hectic here. Let's go to the next segment here. Oh, this is some more apex predatory stuff. This is how apex predators move and shake out here. So we have this story right here. Apparently, there's a leaked message of young women telling other young women how they can finesse NFL and NBA level athletes while she's in college. So messages leak of women teaching her younger sister how to get top athletes while in college like she did, aka your girl is going. So let's take a look at the message here and see what's happening. This is the sisters group. It says right here, one woman says, I want a football player, an NFL preferably a tall chocolate one. Okay. Like you did, I want your life. Okay, this is kind of showing you how women process dealing with men with status. You're just a high value target. They don't like you. You could be chiseled in stone, big chesticle muscles, abs. You could be rocking the big, the 10-incher and all of that paws. You could be handsome. They don't care. I always tell you, man, women don't really like you for you. Don't get your ego in here, bro. They don't like you for you. They're targeting you. And men are easily falling prey to these women, as we call them apex predators. That's why we call you an apex predator or call them an apex predator. So she not just want a chocolate NFL football player like you did. This woman, and obviously it's a white woman, okay, because there's the white thumbs up.
Where the white women at?
Said that's easy, but you have to play your cards right. You can't be an emotional little girl. Okay, you have to be an apex predator. You got to be smart. This woman says, teach me. Number one, listen to this. Number one, he's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. Well, I kind of beg to differ, but I see what she's getting at. Okay, and this is the difficulty you see with modern women, even they see men of high status, they believe she's still the prize. And I'm like, that can't be. A high status man is the prize. You can't be the prize. Even she realizes that. Like, look, you can change his life for the worse. You can't change it for the better. Even if you produce kids and get married, he's changing your life. This is a smart play. This is a smart play. Okay, so he's the prize. Treat him as such. Wipe his ass, clip his toenails. This is what women in Asia do for men that come from middle or poor areas. They're like, he's the prize. There's no debate. All right, beauty is a tool, but it does not make you the prize. Then it says right here, deal with cheating. Don't look for it. AKA, he can exercise his options. Don't look for cheating because it's there. Deal with it. Girls will throw themselves at him, and some will succeed. If it's just a fling, let it go. But don't let him get emotionally attached to one of them. There's what it is. P.S. He'll always be attracted to black girls. Activate that shenanigans in her by picking at her and let him see it. He'll ditch her quick. Golly. So the black guy will still always be attracted to black girls, but activate that shenanigans in her. Woo! This is apex predator right here. This is some true predatory shit. It says, because most likely she's playing to win him. Make him choose. Number 3, be an asset to him. Fold his clothes, buy and bring him his food, do his homework, completely integrate yourself into his life to where he can't function without you. Now, I don't know if this is true. People make these up all the time, but this is pretty standard. This is the type of stuff that I ask for. I'm like, man, I don't need you and your degree and your law degree and all of that stuff. Look, if you want to be ambitious, go live your own separate life. I need somebody to bring me water during the stream. It's like, and then I need a salad afterwards. Have a salad ready. Now, can I do that by myself? Yes, I got 3 glasses of water here, but it would be nice if a woman was here to do that. I don't need her to be out here. I'm a go-getter and I got a job. Bitch, you still living up under me. Like, I'm still supporting you. But they don't want to do this little stuff. Like I said earlier, they don't want to do this little stuff. And I'm like, well, then you're useless to me. I'm sorry. Do his homework. Help him out. Completely integrate yourself into his life to where he cannot function without you. This one says, don't embarrass him. Don't cheat. Don't text other men. I'm having a disbelief that a woman wrote this at this point. But this is true. Some women, like Megan Thee Stallion, will think that, well, I could cheat too if he cheats. Nope. Not if I'm the prize. Okay. You can't. You get caught texting another guy, as she's going to say, you lose him. He don't lose you. He got plenty of girls. He got options, AKA he can exercise his options. Do not be out here texting other men. You're going to get dropped. His cute friend and teammates will try you. Facts. Ignore it. Just in case the relationship goes south, another athlete will see you as gold. Damn. Now, this is a danger that men of higher status you're exposed to. Because if you bring a woman like this, she might be what I call a jock sniffer. A jock sniffer is a male or a female that gets enthusiastic around athletes or celebrities. We call them jock sniffers. All right. So that they're super excited to meet a celebrity athlete. And I've been around women like this for all my life because I worked in around athletics. But let's just say that you have a jock sniffer as a female, as a girlfriend. Your girlfriend's excited to see athletes. This woman is going to get tried by all of your friends. So you're an athlete or you're a celebrity. You bring your girl around these athletes, they're going to try her. And if your girl's a jock sniffer, she's going to go. Which means, in effect, she's going to do what? Exercise her polygamy, or she's going to try to level up, or she's going to make herself, she's going to live her dream. Wow, you got me exposed. You brought me into your life, but now I'm going to take advantage of being in this part of the life. So she's super excited about being there. I told you a story about I went to an event and I had a young lady with me, and then we were walking around the event and she recognized one of the guys and she got kind of excited. She was like, oh, that's, and I looked at her like, and there was another guy, the friend, he was a friend of the other guy. And so my friend, I was dapping him up and he was standing with the famous guy. And the woman I was with was like, oh, that's, and then I looked at her and she was like, oh shit. Where in that situation, you got to teach them. Can't do that, because everywhere I go, there's going to be people like that. You can't jump out of your panties and skin. You can't do that because you're going to get dropped. I'm going to drop you. I can't bring you anywhere. I can't take you anywhere because everywhere I go, there's going to be Raiders and motherfucking Vegas Knights and Oakland A's. Everywhere we go, it was going to be celebrities and rappers because that's where we're going to be seated in this area. We're going to be at the hotels. We're going to be at the restaurants, everywhere we go. So if you jump out of your fucking skin and they recognize that, they're going to try you and now you gone. I can't take you here. So that's a liability. And this is what this woman is saying. Yeah, you're going to be around a lot of dudes and a lot of famous dudes and muscular dudes and rich dudes. They going to use you and discard you. And now you got to go back to him. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. So that's what she's telling her. She was like, yeah, you could get on those guys. Those guys will fuck you too, but they gonna pump and dump you. Now you got to go back to your main guy. She like, you gonna lose your nigga. Right? You gonna lose your nigga. It says right there. But if you act right, if your relationship don't work, then you can move on to the next guy because you're loyal. This one says, go completely wild on them in bed, use throat spray, do any and everything, be spontaneous, make it go down anytime, anywhere. This is a fact. This makes me believe a woman didn't write this. This makes me believe a woman didn't write this because this is kind of how men think. If you are with a man of high status or stature, and you ain't fucking on command anytime, any place, and you ain't dropping neck while he just driving down the road and you in a nice dress and you don't lean over after you went to a nice little event and you don't suck his dick in the car just because, you lost. You're going to lose that guy. Okay. You're going to lose that guy. You should just suck his dick just because. All right. And when he comes in the house, just give him some. And when you give him some and he's done, give him some more. Like, this is at will, anytime, any place. This is what you do. You're here for this. Now, there's some women that will not make it about that. They will change. They'll be like, well, I just don't want to give it to him just to give it to him. Ma'am, you already here. Like, this is what you do. You give it to me, but I don't even want some. You give it to me. You got to give it to me. Like, that's what you're doing. Like, otherwise, you could go somewhere else. Well, I got to feel it, and you got to make me feel it, and you got to give me. Nah. Nah. You should be reaching over. I'm driving in the 911. You should just reach over and just nibble on my dick just because. Just start unzipping my zipper and let me go. Nah, that's okay. All right, but anyway, they got more here. His mom, Lexi, don't tell his mom any. Let me see here. It's talking about the mom. Don't tell his mom any personal information, especially something negative. She will tell his entire family and he'll blame you. Just smile, wave, and be quiet. Man, this tells me, man, either an apex predator wrote this or a guy wrote this. What does it say? Just smile, wave, and be quiet. What do I tell you? A lot of women can't do this. They're not built for this. They don't think that this is going to be a win. Just be seen, not heard. Smile, wave, and be pretty. Do the debutante wave. Ha ha, hee hee. Laugh at corny jokes. Don't talk about anything negative. Don't act like your feathers are ruffled. Go get a therapist to bounce your ideas off of. Don't say I had a rough day today. You're happy all the time. Just smile. I think I was married and I told my wife this and she was pissed. What do you want me to just smile every time? That's when I knew. I was like, damn, this is going to be a fucked up marriage. Because she wasn't really to play that role. She's like, I can't do that. I can't fake it. Well, you're going to be divorced. This is easy, bruh. It would be easy. But, people don't want to do it. Women don't want to do it. They can't. And it says always look good and appealing. Hair and face always has to be done. This one says push for marriage or at least have multiple kids and you got him. Damn.
Gotcha, bitch.
Have multiple kids and you got them. In 2 years of the draft, you'll be a millionaire and all of your friends will work hard in school to literally never live the life you live. It's so sweet and rewarding, Lex. I'm in Cancun right now. Interesting, right? Interesting. But I'm going to share a story with you here. I'm going to share a story. Let me see if we can pull this up. There are women out here like this. None of you niggas are going to have one like this, just so you know. Right? Just so you know, none of y'all are going to have one like this. You can forget it. You don't have enough money. You don't have enough status. You don't have enough income. You ain't got enough mouthpiece or game. None of y'all going to have it. But, okay, Paul George got him one. And she played that role, got 3 kids out, at least 2 or 3 kids out of them. She was a former exotic dancer. She turned apex predator. The story goes, he knocked her up like ABBA. Paul George paid her $1 million to go get the terminated pregnancy. Okay. He was like, I'll pay you $1 million to get rid of that baby. Allegedly, the story goes, she took the $1 million and kept the baby. Because she literally did the numbers and said, this baby is worth more than $1 million. If I have this baby, go back to the text messages, you got him.
Gotcha, bitch.
This baby is worth $18 million. So she kept the $1 million, put it in her pocket, and kept the baby. This is allegedly how the story goes. What did Paul George do? He said, damn.
Gotcha, bitch.
You got me. He ended up saying, fuck it, let's have a family. Let's get married. He married her and had another kid. He was like, it's cheaper to keep her. So what do we do? Smile and be pretty? Play the role? Let Paul George cheat? Let him do? She ain't gonna look for it. She now worth, like the woman said, you'll be a millionaire. Okay, what is Paul George worth? Paul George, he's still giving away draft picks to teams. All right, his net worth sits at $110 million. He has a $212 million max contract that he signed in 2024. Okay, so instead of taking $1 million, she said, shit, I'm now worth $212 million. Easy mathematics. Easy math. That's easy math. All I have to do is smile, look pretty. She just sucks him off when he needs to. If he wants to get sucked off by another woman, she like, whatever. I'm worth $212 million at any moment. At least $100 million. She's like, I'm at least worth 100 mil. But she was going to take a meal and been spent all that meal and then didn't have no baby. So when people think, you might think that was written by ChatGPT or a man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. And let's show you this. We even have another story here in the National Football League where we have another player who is apparently out here. Y'all shooting up the club, y'all. We have to admit, man. These men are out here with your money. Protect your seed. As over here, protect your meat, protect your seed. We have another NFL player. It says Philadelphia Eagle star Fred Johnson's pregnant ex-girlfriend seemingly claims that he kicked her out of the house and went on Hinge dating app the very next day looking for women. So here we go. This looks like a Latina or an Italian, but we'll go ahead and give her a Latina. So he knocked her up again, man. Y'all niggas, man, with your seed. Y'all think these women love you, bruh. They don't love you, man. It's clearly to see these text messages. They know what to do. Open your legs and let the right man ski. They ain't let my broke ass knock her ass up, but she letting these niggas lock up. We're going to look up his contract. Let's hear what she had to say.
Good question. Hypothetically, if a man were to kick out his 8-month pregnant girlfriend and unborn daughter to then be on Hinge the very next day looking for women to have fun with, hypothetically, you would not think that that type of man is a good man or a good father. You would probably not think that that type of man has integrity or morals or any form of decency, right? Because I'm just trying to see if we're all on the same page. And furthermore, hypothetically, if these women were to be aware of the fact that hypothetically this man has an 8-month pregnant, now ex-girlfriend.
They don't care.
And child on the way.
They don't care.
And still decides to want to speak to and have fun with him.
They don't care, ma'am. Read that woman's text message. See, this woman don't have the game. They don't care that you're 8 months pregnant and kicked her out, kicked you out. They still gonna open their legs. He's an NFL football player. Apparently, he has a contract worth $2 million. All right, that's not a lot of money. That's a lot of money more money than we have. But he only has a contract 1 year, $2 million here. You think those women on the dating app cares? They're going to be the Philadelphia Eagle. They don't give a damn. All right, but she out here making it personal, and this is what Abba's girl's doing, making it personal. Know your role and shut your mouth. Just play your role, play your position. You're going to be taken care of, but you out here, he cheated on me. He kicked me out of the house, and I'm 8 months pregnant, and he's seeing other women. Play your role.
Hypothetically, you would think that that kind of woman also has absolutely no respect for herself, no integrity,
what about
no morals, and
what about you?
And no decency.
What about you, ma'am? You're out here with a single mom. You're a single mom. You're not even a wife. You talking about no, man, she hurt, bro. She hurt. She bitter and hurt that he out here fucking somebody else raw. And you up here knocked up. And you about to be a single mom. So remember, go back to the text messages and learn some game. You out here about to be a single mammy. He about to be retired from the NFL. You out of money. You're going to be trying to take up the child support. He going to get cut from the team. End the story.
Hypothetically. So, if, hypothetically, those situations were true, those would be some pretty shitty fucking people, in my opinion.
Who cares?
Just wondering what you guys think.
No, who cares, bruh? Who cares? Ma'am, you over here with the pregnant milky titties. I can see your baby bump down there. It's almost out of your vajayjay right there. Baby bump, about to come right out the vajayjay. You out there with the saggy Cookie Monster booty. Like, bruh, nobody cares with your big swollen nose. Nobody cares, man. And he don't care neither. Look at him. Does he look like he care? Okay. But now he better care about that child support, because now all men pay, guys. Free women cost the most. It's either a matter of time. It's a matter of if. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. All right. But anyway, you could also say she out here opening her legs and not, she carrying before she married. But they'll let you. They'll let you carry before you marry, man. What an evil world here. We got the main event, sub-main event coming up. Yes, it is coming up here. All right, we got a little doom and gloom coming up. NFL players don't make a lot of guaranteed money. I mean, if he twists the ankle wrong, he about to lose all his contracts. So she, all right. So she gonna be messed up, but she better go get that money. Shout out to our brother here. It is Cesar Ramirez. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you over on the Cash Is App, and Eric Scott on the Cash Is App too. Shout out to H Everyday says, so baby worth more alive now than a broke Bia. Yes. Is that the Paul George? Is that a reference to Paul George? Smile, be quiet, look pretty, and be a freak. Shout out to you right there. He says 212 million divided by 2 equals a W. All right. That's our new algebra. I mean, that was the craziest apex predator move you can make. I mean, that was a smart move by her. $1 million. She was like, yeah, I'll go get one. All right. No, thank you. Oh, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
The way women move, I'm telling you, man, women move in a different way. And I think what men are taught, we're taught offense, how to cold approach, how to take a woman out on dates, how to run game on them, how to overcome objections. No, we're always taught how to go on the offense. We don't talk about going on the defense. And what men will believe is, I don't need defense because I got the mouthpiece. I got game. And game stops everything. And I'm here to tell you, bro, the not playing defense is where men get got. Not playing defense. An example of not playing defense, not getting a prenup. That would play defense. You're ahead of the curve. Now, somebody's going to say it doesn't matter, but at least you have that protection. Not playing defense is not having a non-disclosure agreement. Now, Abba got all of these hoes out here running their mouths. You didn't play defense. Defense would be wearing a condom or pulling out or making her drink it, or just dealing with the fact that you're ready to pay for some child support if she does become pregnant. So you're prepared for it. That's defense. Y'all think defense is reacting to what she does. Okay. Men think defense is reacting. That's not defense. A defense doesn't react. What does a defense do? What does the defense do? Because guys think, oh, I'm going to just react to her shit. And I'm like, that's not how it works, because they got the court of public opinion. They got the family court. They got toy soldiers, simp enforcers. What does a defense do? They defend. Okay, good. Yes, they protect. What else do? Okay, they anticipate. They anticipate. They prevent. They dictate what the offense is going to do. Every defense dictates what the offense is going to do. So we have a goal to allow the offense to do this, but prevent them to do that. So a 2-3 zone in basketball prevents them from dribbling right up the lane. Okay. But it does allow them to shoot for 3 points from the wings and the corners. So they're dictating to the offense what they're going to do. They're not reacting to the offense. I'm basically going to stand here in the middle of the lane. Nobody going to dribble drive up in here. Okay. Y'all got the dribble drive shit. We shut the dribble drive down. Y'all niggas gonna have to jump and shoot threes tonight. That's an example of dictating what the offense does. You don't react. You're dictating. A 2-2-1 press. That's gonna slow them down. They're gonna use the shot clock, 10 seconds, 8 seconds in the backcourt, and then they're gonna get down there after breaking the press and cutting through 94 feet. Now they got 50 feet to run the offense in less than 15 seconds. That's dictating. That's not reacting. I just made them use the shot clock. Okay. A diamond press, a 1-2-1-1 press makes them go fast. They don't play fast. They play slow, but I'm going to make them go flat. They're going to shoot the ball in 8 seconds. They're going to think, oh, I got layups the whole night. They're going to start missing those layups. They're going to start getting tired. I just dictated their style of play. So in defense, you don't react, you dictate. You basically say, I'm going to give you this, but you better execute that or you ain't got nothing. I'm trying to teach y'all. Men don't play defense. They think defense is reacting. Okay, she's going to do this and I'll just react. I'll just do a 3-hour live stream. That's no. That's not defense. That's just reacting to what they're doing. All she has to do is do something else, and now you got to react. All right. Always play defense to dictate what the person is going to do. All right. I could do some football analogies, but, it'll be hard for me to do so because I'm not a football guy. All right. But, nickel dime defense. All right. Versus the 4-3 and the 3-4. All right. It's going to give up certain things. You're dictating what the offense does. All right. Anyway. Officer Brayon says, men, if you want to put your JUCO through the mattress, then blend together a watermelon, beet juice, ginger, and a little bit of cayenne pepper and some cinnamon. He says, I call this the Juco Killer Smoothie. Shout out to you, man. Man, that sounds spicy. But it sounds like a good way to prevent being sick, too. All right. Shout out to you. We got a couple more. And another good way to play defense is to basically call a timeout. Right? Here we go. Timeout. Fuck that. We're going to stop the run. Stop the run. Or stop the bleeding. Or just stop the game. All right? Be able to cut it. Aftercare is defense too. So you're preventing her from becoming angry. Aftercare is defense. All right. So let me make sure she gets home. Let me make sure she's not standing outside at 2, 3 in the morning. Make sure she's not doing the walk of shame. Make sure she feels good about the evening. Make sure she's not hungry. Make sure she doesn't get to your place at 2 in the morning and you just try to fuck her. Hey, you want something to eat? You want something to drink? All right, let me take care of that. That's not simping. That's just making sure you're preventing her from having a negative experience about the situation. By the way, the guy that got killed in Arizona didn't practice aftercare. He met her. He fucked on her. He tried to diss her. She ran him over, killed him. No aftercare. So aftercare is another form of defense. You're giving her this so you can prevent her from doing that. Shout out to our brother here. It is Double N. He says, knowing the corruption, looting, metaphilic behavior, propaganda, the validation of the Constitution continually, how can you still believe we vote in power? He says, give me control of a nation's money supply. And he says, and I care not who makes its laws. Well, in a sense, the whole idea of voting is, people will say the bigger picture. They will say the presidency and the senates, and we vote locally. You still have a little bit of power left to vote locally. And there's not as much corruption locally. So you still do vote and make decisions. And most of your decisions that are going to affect you overwhelmingly come from a local sense. So you elect school board officials, you elect local councilmen, and these people, you have power. There's power in that. There's still a little bit of power. Now, when you talk about the grand scheme of things, the presidency with the electoral college and shit like that, I was a Californian and my presidential vote went nowhere. Right? My presidential vote was inconsequential for like 6 elections, maybe 7. Why? I lived in California. It didn't matter if I voted Democrat or Republican. All right? It didn't matter at all because we knew where the fucking numbers were going. We knew what was going to happen. Let's just say when I was in California, I believe 1980 something was the last time it went Republican. Let's say I was a Republican in 92, 96, 2000, 2004, 2008, and I'm in California. And I'm like, I'm going to vote for the Republican candidate. It was a waste of time. By the time I got to the voting booth at 5 o'clock, they already gave the damn electoral votes to the Democrats. It was already gone. But I'm going to sit there and wait to, I done got off of work. I'm going to run over there to the poll. And then I come back in the news and they're like, California goes to the Democrat. So that's an example of the vote didn't matter. The national vote had no impact. My national vote had 0 impact because of the electoral college. Okay. So that's an example of what you're saying. But then locally, the person I voted on the school board, that was an important vote. So you got to think that. That's the truth. That does matter, because most of those times those votes are a matter of nobody even knows who they're voting for. And most of the time you're voting for somebody who you're familiar with or on party lines, but then those things start affecting you in more ways than the national vote by far. So there still is some power. You're being more affected tax-wise and law-wise and district-wise when they start districting shit and lining up neighborhoods and charts and taking this from commercial to industrial and industrial to residential. Those votes matter. So you better pay attention to that. That's where your power lies. That's about the last part of your power. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger won, but Arnold did not win a regular election. He won a recall election, which was completely different than a regularly run election. And he only won because they got rid of a corrupt, well, not a surprise, a corrupt Democratic governor, which they almost all are because they're part of the California family. But he won a recall election. He didn't win a general election. And he won it based on popularity, right? Because there was an opportunity for anybody to run. Arnold from Different Strokes ran. All kind of porn stars ran. I should have ran. All right. But it was a recall election. The previous governor got voted out. They did that to Gavin Newsom as well. They had a recall of Gavin Newsom, but he ended up winning against Larry Elder. So it was the same thing. But they also prevented the shit show of everybody running, because I was going to run for governor because I remember the last recall election. And I even teased it on YouTube. I was going to run for governor, but they had a strict policy. It was a lot stricter to apply to run because they wasn't going to let anybody old do it. But anyway, all right. Anyway, recall election is Arnold Schwarzenegger, but they haven't voted for the Republican national presidential candidate since Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the last time California went red as a state. And I don't think it'll ever go red. It's over. Right? California's corrupt. I'm going to say allegedly, but it ain't ever going red again. Not in my lifetime. I'll be shocked. All right. There's just too many blue counties and there's no way. Anyway, they're too far way to the left, even with San Francisco, Sacramento, even those. The only really red county in California, there's a couple. I know Orange County, California is red, but they're getting bluer. And then there's some maybe up in the Fresno area up there. All right, but that's about it. It's a wrap. They got that shit on lock. So those 63, 64 electoral votes, which are large votes, man, those are large votes. That pretty much swings the election to the Democrats. That makes the Democrats almost going to win every election. All right, just so you know. That makes it so the Democrats almost always are going to be in the game. Because if you remove those 64 votes, the Democrats never win. They're never going to win. So Kamala could be behind 80 votes. And then when soon as California goes blue, she back in the fucking game. Now she need a couple swing states and she's going to win. All right. So that 64 is very important to the Democratic Party. They're going to fight to the death to keep those 64 electoral votes or whatever they are now, 65 or 63. There ain't no way they giving that up. The Democrats have killed somebody before they give up them 64. But yeah, so in that case, the voting doesn't matter. And Kaylin says, peace leave will never be free. Marriage will always be the highest price to pay for peace leave. The question will always be, is she worth marriage? There's just too many women like Akash's wife who will show not to be worth it, but you can't be Abba either. You pay up. Okay, pay up. You're going to pay no matter what, guys. I mean, again, onesie, twosie here and there skis. But as a man, you got to teach your sons, man. Your whole fortune can be flushed down the toilet. Okay. Just on GP. Just so your association with women. Shout out to our Preston says, that's a bad white beach you posted on TikTok. Oh, okay. Shout out to you. I don't know what I posted, because I scheduled it. So let me see what I posted on TikTok. Is my stock still here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, shout out to you, bro. All right. Yeah, man. That's a bad white beach over on my TikTok. You know, I mess with the bad beaches out here, bro. But it only gonna take one of these bad bitches to send my ass to the ecclesiastical dunce corner. Right. Till I be like, damn, look at my wounds. Like, damn. She got me, so I got to wrap it up because anybody could be Alba. Y'all niggas going to be making videos about me. Hope not. We got the sub main event, then the main event. Let's see here where we're moving at. What time we got? Yeah, we're getting there. Sub main event, so we don't stay here for more than 4 hours. Check out this chart, guys. Check out this chart. When I say marriage is dead, dating is dead, Gen Z, sorry guys, it's a wrap. Check this out. Look at this chart. Ring the bell. This is always going to be a constant reminder that I do. And this is like the people like Tony Gaskins and Andrew Wilson. And I just look at them and I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about, bro? Like, it's over. It's over. I know y'all trying to save the Last Dance. I know y'all trying to bring back the 50s and the 70s and all of that shit. This is Americans by age 30. I showed you a different graph of this. This is a different graph. Now this is a different form of graph. It's over, guys. It's over. And nothing's saving it, guys. Yeah, just let it die, nigga. Let it die. Die slow, as Tupac said. Die slow. So what you guys harken back, oh, the 80s were so great. The 90s were so great. The 50s, the 70s, the 60s, whatever you guys do. Yeah, that sounds nice and all. But guys, take a look at what we got right here, man. And you guys got to take this chart into consideration because y'all be trying to argue with me. Y'all be trying to tell me I killed it. Oh, I killed it. And you're promoting degeneracy. This is just not something that people do today. They're doing it less and less and less. You can blame feminism too. Go for it. I blame feminism. Feminism has a part to play in this. We talked about what women used to do in 1893. They don't have to do that no more. They got computers and air conditioning and nice jobs, and they can put fingernails on and type on keyboards and count beans and push pencils and papers and get paid $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 because this guy gets paid $60,000 to do real work. She got to make the same salary. She can live somewhat independent, halfway independent. She don't have to get married. She can reconsider it. She can be like, I'll wait until after 30. Dude, when I told you guys the other day, I told you on the JUCO, people still don't get it. I'd be like, JUCOs don't stay JUCOs forever. They become your wives. Sometimes they want to marry their sugar daddy. Sometimes they're going to marry a simp. Sometimes, and dudes be like, they want to get married? Yeah, they're not full-time whores. They're not whores all the time. They're not whoring till they're 80. They're like, eventually they're going to get off the wheel. I had a JUCO come over the other day. And she was like, yeah, I'm trying to get wifed up. Right? After she over there bleeding all over my towel. She was like, I'm not used to the BBC. I was like, what the fuck? All right, thank you for gassing me up. But she said, sitting there with her titties all out. Punani all just, her Punani was like, after getting beat up. And she was like, oh, yeah, I'm looking to get wifed up. She was like 26. She's like, I'm not going to do this forever. My pimp ain't going to have me out here forever. Peace leave just, that thing just, she is making noises and shit. All right, the lips all clapping together, the labia all clapping together, just moving around. She was just previously on the bed like, look at me, pulling her legs back. All right, 20 minutes later, I'm looking to get wifed up. That sounds nice. Yeah, congratulations. All right, just look. Man, look. People don't understand. Like, you guys have men are one-dimensional thinkers. They just think that if a woman's going to be a 304, she's going to be a 304 forever. I'm like, no, she's not. She's going to be your wife, nigga. We got Amber Rose speaking about this next. All right, but it's the evil world we live in. This is the segment real quick. Let's put the banner up.
It's an evil world we live in.
This is Amber Rose right here. So let me see here. Where's the evil world? So look at this chart, gentlemen. When people start saying we need to bring back marriage and what we can do to help with dating and gender roles and progressive marriages, and bro, it's a wrap. Now, that doesn't mean you won't get married, okay? That doesn't mean you won't get married. All right, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you could get married, all right? But as an institution that stabilized America according to men, but fractured women by women according to women, it's done. It's not an institution anymore. I mean, it's donezo. All right, divorce attorneys about to get put out of business. They gotta get over there and divorce gay people at this point. So you might get married, or you might have the ability to meet someone. But as an institution, clearly we can see where this is going. And I don't see here. Let's just say they took it looks like they're separating it by 10 years. 2035. Do you think these numbers improve or decline? Okay, you can see there's a complete declining of this institution. all right, by 30. Okay, and some older people will get married too. The numbers of older people getting married are going up, all right, but not all the older people are getting married. But you can see clearly, you just push this to 2035. Them numbers are going to be slim to none, and slim just died. Especially on the men's number. You see how low the men's numbers are? The men's number is going to be below 10%, all right, by 2035. And you can't say I'm lying because it went down damn near 10% each decade. So it going to go down another 5 to 10%. All right, down by the 2025. We can see that now. We can see that now. Like that would be people who were 18 now. People who are 18. So people who are 18, my son, my daughter's 20. They would have to get married before 2035. They would still count as people under 30. Cooked. You would have to have Gen Z. Okay. You would have to have Gen Z right now, the available Gen Z skeezers that are under 20 and Gen Alpha to come save this day. No way. I don't see it. It's cooked. It's dead. Ring the bell. Okay. Gone. You would have to have Gen Z women running and marrying who? Sugar daddies? Who? Who they marrying? All right. Don't add me about it, coach, man. You need to give us hope. I'll give you some hope right here. We have a former, well, she used to call herself a SUT. And she's out here with the interesting question. And I want you to see what your answer is to this particular question. And has a question about why men like hoes, but they don't want a wife hose.
You turn her hoe into a housewife.
Oh my God. Can I please answer this?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. So a lot of you men, right? Y'all want like this virginal girl that no one had sex with and no one knows. And you like plucked her from obscurity and found her. And this is like she's been with like one guy before you, right? But then she don't know how to suck dick. She don't know how to ride dick. She don't know how to treat a man. She don't know how to caress a man and touch a man and kiss a man and cater to a man. She doesn't know how to do all this stuff. So then y'all go out, y'all cheat with these so-called hoes, right? That know how to do all that stuff. And that's your happy place. Y'all low-key want women with experience because it just feels better. But in your mind, society is telling you that is not wifeable. But that's really low-key what you want. And I see that with my male friends all the time and just people that I know. Y'all want this obscure girl in your mind, but you really don't want her. She's never going to give you what you want.
Can you turn her hoe into a housewife?
Oh, my God.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time. And I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
Okay, so she's trying to use this conundrum of the fact that men like to be with hoes. We like what hoes do. But why then when you press to settle down, you're looking for what she calls somebody you're not going to find, a virginal woman, which I think this is an interesting question she poses. Now, the reason she's posing this question is because she's a hoe. I mean, listen, she don't got no man. And she's been with several top tier men, which is pretty difficult to do. She's been with several top tier men. Kanye West. She's been with Wiz Khalifa. And she was with somebody after that. And then been seen with younger NFL men. All right. Well, I think there was a quarterback from the Houston Texans that she was seen with him. And I was just getting a ride home. Okay, but she's out here. 21 Savage. That's the other one. Yes, how could I forget? Because she dumped him because he was out there at her slut walk looking like a simp. Okay, so the reason she's posing this question is she's like, I'm experienced. Why wouldn't you want an experienced woman? Why wouldn't you want a wife an experienced woman? Why do you want a woman with less experience that's not going to please you? Wouldn't you want a woman with experience? And there goes, ma'am, you don't know men. You don't know men. Wives are just not about sex. See, or it was CJ Stroud. Yes. To pose the question then makes you say, are wives just for sex? Because most women will say, well, marriage is not just about sex. Okay. But you just made marriage about sex. You fell for the Patrice O'Neal hook. You fell for the Patrice O'Neal. Aren't you going to do something other than sex? Or are you just going to say marriage is about sex? Or you're going to say you can get a marriage just by sex alone. But then when the man wants sex from you, you're going to say, well, he just doesn't own my body. Which one is it? See, these are the conundrums that men and women wrestle with because they're coming from a biased perspective. And I'm biased as well. You can't prevent bias, but you have to be a little bit rational and pragmatic. Pragmatism helps. Hope and fantasy and being biased doesn't help, right? You know, you have a religious bias, ecclesiastic. That don't help you, all right? Because look at the numbers. That don't help you. Not everybody's ecclesiastically Christian, all right? That's a bias that you have. You might have a bias for racial. You have a bias for age. So there's going to be all kind of biases that prevent you from being pragmatic. All right. And let's look at the data. Let's look at the arguments being made. Her argument, she's trying to make sense. If you argued from her perspective, you would try to argue out of that, but there's no argument. Marriage is just not about sex. That ends the argument. Or you would have to say to her, is the wife's job to have sex with the husband? Right? Because that's what she's equating. Is that the only job she does? Or that's what she's there for? He owns her body? Or is it your body, your choice? See, that's the bait and switch, because now she's like, hey, I'm experienced. I will serve you. I'm good with you sexually. Now she gets to say when I have sex, when I don't have sex. It's her body. It ain't mine. All right. Which one is it? Okay. Pick a struggle. And the struggle she has is she has a bias. She's been ran through more times on the Holland Tunnel. She's not been able to keep a guy. She probably does well in the bedroom. Many people pick her to do well, but she can't keep a man. That's why her bias is there. And that's why she's arguing from this point of view. Now, the men in the podcast, obviously, I saw LaJello Ball, or Angelo Jello Ball. He ain't got no argument. He don't care. He date older women. He don't give a damn. All right, he got more pussy than the law allow. He don't care. Like, he'll skeet and women and all of that and have a baby. I think he got a baby by an old skeezer. He don't care. Most of the people in the room in the podcast don't care. They're just trying to sniff in between her legs. They're trying to sniff in between her legs and get to that raw cactus. They're trying to hit it raw and beat 198,000 nigga. Right? So the audience that she's trying to pander to and obviously positioning herself with young men, that ain't going to help her argument at the end of the day. I know she tried to be smart there, and I think Amber Rose thinks she's smart. She also half Negro. She's also half Negro, if y'all don't understand. She says she's mulatto, all right, which is a shock to me. All right, but she said one of her parents or granddaddies, they a nigga. All right, so there's that. I mean, I don't know. She's Cape Verdean. She half nigga. All right, so. Oh man. Anyway, it's an evil world we live in. What do you think about this?
It's an evil world.
What do you think about Amber Rose? Does she make sense? Or does she just make dollars? Or does she just make men come? I don't know, man. Ladies, look. If hoes were good wives, men would marry women from brothels. If her argument is accurate, overwhelmingly men would just wife women at brothels. They would go down to Figueroa and Harry Hines. They would go down to 4x4s in Brazil and pick wives. Now, there are men that do this. There are men that do this. They would be out at Magic City pulling wives. If this was her, if this is what she was saying makes sense, they would just go down to Magic City and wife up hoes. But we don't overwhelmingly see that, although it does happen from time to time, and men do this. It's probably not going to be done at scale for us to make an argument that men marry hoes like this. Now, it happens. But dudes do go to Thailand and marry bar girls all the time. Yes. But most of that has to do with just more than sex. I think that has to do with age and marrying someone young, fresh and green. Well, not so fresh. Not so fresh. That's about, I think more of that has to do with age, the age gap. Because dudes are out here, they ain't, look. I don't want the show to go on, but there are some men that just don't want to marry swamp donkeys. Okay. There are some dudes that just can't do this, bruh. They can't do this. They can't go down. Look at this, bruh. Like they can't do it, bro. There's no way. And I get it because they're looking at it like I'm the prize as a guy, even if they're so-called loser back home. Let's handle that. Because you'll hear people say, well, in Thailand, they call them losers back home. I've never seen or heard any woman over there, Filipina, Thailand, Cambodian, Vietnam, openly say you're a loser back home. Now, they might have that conversation amongst their people, but they also got way more money than them bitches, so you're a target. That's why they deal with you. They don't not deal with you. Oh, you just a loser back home. Dude, I was in the Philippines at the airport, flying from Manila to Cebu City. I saw the largest big fat white boy I had seen in months. And he had a fine ass Filipina chick. Like I was flabbergasted. I tried to get a video of them. I was in the airport. I was trying to pull my phone out. I was like, he was so big and fat. And he was a young guy too. He wasn't even old. He was like 30, 32. Big old fat white boy with a fine piece of Filipina calico. I was like, damn, go for it, bro. Go get your fucking pina. I was like, how the hell? I guarantee you he can't rest over on her, bro. He can't lay on top of her. But I was like, man, go. So he would be technically a loser back home. Technically, for sure, people would be a loser back home. He would be from what they would call a loser back home, but he sure had a fine piece of ass with him. He had a fine piece of calico with him. I was like, damn. It's like, go for it. Go get you some big chunky ass nigga. He a chunky ass nigga. All right. He had her, boy, ecclesiastically, boy. So, man, I'm going to tell you, man, even that video game playing ass nigga got more money than anybody in the Philippines. So she was like, I'm going. Be mine. She'll let him knock her up. Crazy and shit. But look, that woman was finer than any woman most of y'all niggas gonna get here in America, bro. I'm going to just tell you this right now. That's where the game is really effed up. And a lot of dudes get scared. Y'all let these people scare you out of going over there. Oh, man, they got dirty feet. They probably were born male. Y'all getting scared out of that shit. You know, it's very rare that you would be in that situation unless you're completely blind. But most dudes go over there and they penetrate at least one, if not 12 women that look better than any dude can get here in America. Most of y'all, it will never penetrate a woman that good looking. You won't even get to talk to a woman that good looking. Never in your life. Only 4% of people around the world actually travel outside their country. In the United States, it's like less than 30% or something crazy like that. And if you include Mexico and Canada, well, then the numbers are really high, but the numbers are low if you take Mexico and Canada out of it. But most dudes will never, ever get close and breathe on top of a woman as attractive as they can get in Asia or South America. Y'all come back to America and all y'all got is swamp donkeys. Press 1 in the chat if you guys have come back from any of these countries. Okay. And when you get back, you enter back into the United States and you see this shit. And it's depressing. You be like, damn. Like most men that have never left, you don't get it. Like you don't see this anywhere. Maybe in Samoa. Maybe you don't see this larger people. Maybe in Samoa. When you come back, you re-enter and you be like, wow. Even the women that you think were attractive, when you re-enter the airspace of the United States, you start looking and be like, man, these women, they ugly. They're ugly. They're not attractive. But the funny thing is they think they're attractive. They be like, and you looking like, you looking like, what the hell? It makes you not even want to date no more. You're like, nah, I'm good. And then they try and play vixen and they try to play sexy and they're like, oh, you know, I'm like, oh, it's bad, man. It is bad, bad, bad. The passport bro has been trying to tell you. CGA on the free agent lifestyle, we be trying to tell you. You re-enter the United States and you like, man, what am I doing here? And then some dude to have a nerve to tell you, you can't get girls here. You got to go over there. You're like, have you been over there? Have you been over there? Like, this is what y'all re-entering into, try to Mac and cold approach. I see y'all with y'all meta glasses. I see you with your meta glasses. You don't even want to talk to an American woman. You come back. You'd be like, that's okay. Let's get to the main event. It's depressing. It's bad. And then they almost, you know, as an older guy, then you only got to talk to old broads in America because, you know, people still have an issue with age gap. Even women that do age gap relationships, they kind of got to do it on the sneak and the low and move in the shadows and shit. So it's kind of hard to be like, oh, she's 22-year-old woman. Let me go talk to her. We're in the Philippines. That's fair game. Right? That's all day, all night. Nobody going to call the police on you for approaching a 20-year-old woman. But in America, if I was walking up to a group of 20-year-old women, they'd be like, what is this? And what is this? You weirdo. You metaphor. We're in Italy. No big deal. I got a video to show you, but I don't know if I can show you now. It's a dude. He's got his meta glasses on. It's a girl walking with her parents. Now, the dude is in his 20s. So he's not actually very old. He's not in his 30s, but he's well in his 20s. The girl walks by. He hits her with the, hey, you know, the cold approach shit. But her parents are with her. She walks by and she was like, oh, hi. And then she was like, oh, I'm from Italy and blah, blah, blah. She knows English, but her parents don't. And she says her age. Her age was not considered the age of where people are comfortable with men in their 20s dating, right? So he heard the age and he was like, nah, that's okay. The parents were like, no, don't go. The parents were like, nah. We trying to sell our daughter off. Like, yo. He was like, what's wrong? They were like, come eat. Come get some pasta. Come hang out. So it's completely different. All right. But now I have to show you the video because I'm going to be like, well, what was she, 12? No, it wasn't that. She wasn't 15. She was older than that. But in our country, you hear these ages, 18, 19, men typically run. Whereas over there, they're like, hey, come talk to us. Why are you leaving? It's weird. It's weird. We just live in a different time, man. We just have to realize feminism, for better or for worse, has changed the way we view relationships. Feminism, for better or for worse. For women, it's for better. All right. They're going to always look at it as for better. For men, we're going to look at what we lost. And then what we lost, they're going to convince us that what we lost, we shouldn't have had in the first place. Right? We shouldn't have had it in the first place. And you can go across all levels of relationships to even demonstrate that. So for women, they're going to look at that. This is a better outcome. They can get a better life. They can decide more about their life technically, and they don't have to make decisions to rush to marry. They can live their life up front and then dump it in your backyard in the back end. They don't have to get married off and pawned off to bad relationships and men who would abuse them. They don't have to live under abuse. They can drive. They can have their own bank account. They can marry, choose the partner they want, although they're shitty at it. They can choose the person that they want to marry as opposed to being forced into it. They can live their life first and be whores and skeezers in their 20s and then marry you niggas in their 30s and 40s. So from their perspective, it's gotten better. From the men's perspective, this is all worked negatively against the men. And the reason this worked negatively is because now men that are 16 to 34, they don't know what did they do with their lives? What are they supposed to do with their lives for that 15 years? Okay, what do I do with myself? Well, you build yourself up. Well, build yourself up for what? I want family. I want kids. This type of shit like people in the past did. And someone asked, which is interesting, it's hard to teach here. How come there are more women married than men? First and foremost, there's more women. The obvious answer to that is there's technically always will be more women than men, especially in times of war and crisis and famine and bad economy and shit like this. Technically, but at some ages they equalize, right? As young women, there's almost always more younger women than there are younger men. Then when you add war to that, the numbers are just outrageous. Now, you also know that there's also more women that will marry older, whereas younger men will not marry older. So this chart is about marriage under 30. So that means that a woman that's 29 can marry a man that's 35. That would be fair game, but it's very rare for a man that's 28 to marry a woman that's 35, although that's happening more and more. So that's why you have this discrepancy. I mean, there's so many ways you can just bake that number down with a little bit of common sense, but common sense is not common. There's a variety of ways. You can have more women marrying each other, more men marrying each other. There's a variety of things you can point at to say, well, why is that number so ridiculous? All right, there's more women, technically, more younger women than there are younger men. That's why you have an 80-20 rule. That's why you have a difficulty for younger women or women in their 30s to find a guy, because there's less guys, there's more women. Even if you, I think a number said, if you took all the black people and you married them of marital age, there will be 10 million single black women. Now, check the math on that. I don't know if that matches up. But if you took every black male and black woman of marital age, there will still be a significant amount of leftover women, black women that didn't get married. Even if you said you go with you solve the marital problem, there still will be millions of unmarried black women. What do you do with them? This is also why there was polyamory or polygyny. This is always why polygyny makes sense, because there's more women than there are men. What do these women do? They're just going to be single, especially in a time where marriage was needed. These women need to go with somebody. Might as well go with a man that has another wife. So that's why you would have polygamy work statistically, because there's going to be always more leftover women, even if everybody paired off. So there's always going to be more women. The numbers are always going to be more, except when you get to like 40, 35, 40, 45, 50, the numbers kind of equalize a little bit, slightly. But there still will be leftover women. And this is another reason why people find that the way women date with their standards, it makes it worse. So if they're dating only looking for the top tier guys, I mean, these numbers are going to be in the fucking gutter. All right. But they're not going to lower their standards. I don't want to lower my standards. Well, ma'am, it's like, it's slim pickings. Like, you're going to be single. But then what do they say? Well, I'll just be single. All right. So again, you're never solving this problem. So instead of women lowering their standards, they'll figure out a way to live single. I can live bad all by myself. I'm not going to lower my standards, especially when they're under 30. Fuck that. Nope, I ain't doing that. So anyway, all I can say is Tony Gaskins, good luck. All right, don't blame me though when I'm fucking your future wife and daughters and all that shit. Shout out to feminism, man. Feminism free men. Let's do the main event. I'm going to get a quick stretch and a drink real quick, pause. But we're going to do the main event here. Hit the like button. Do me a favor. Give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll.
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin, the strong take. The poor complain, the rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the money mindset link. Let's get our blue chip mindset on. The window is still open. Main event. Let's go. Ring the bell. Main event here. This will be an interesting main event here, man. And I'm running an hour behind, but that's all for your benefit. Hopefully we'll get you through your workday. We talked about this earlier in the stream about this event, about the person named Akaash. If you guys don't know who Akaash is, we'll show you briefly. He is a comedian. All right. Although I've never seen him anything. He may have come across my Instagram here and there, but he is a comedian. He's married to a woman, and her name is, let's see here. I had it earlier, but I done damn forgot the damn name. But that's something like Jasleen. All right, and they are Indian of native, South Asian of origin, nationality, Indian. And they are 2 young couples here that have been married. I believe there's an age gap between them, which is about 10 years, 8 to 10 years age gap. He was out of college when he met her. She was in college, and they tell some stories. She's telling a lot of stories about this. But Akaash is a celebrity comedian, if you will, and he also is a member of a podcast he just recently removed himself from. Jasleen is not a comedian. She's not an entertainer. So, but I believe she wants to be. So what she's doing is trying to what we call parlay, capitalize off of the previous person's experience. So he's in the limelight. I want to be in the limelight. We've seen stories like this with I Love Lucy. We've seen Aisha Curry do this, where you have a person in the limelight. That person wants just equal amount of limelight. I don't believe she has a job, but she tried to be a podcaster. Well, this is important because they are married, but their marriage seems to be weird, all right, for all intents and purposes, because of an interesting dynamic. Now, we'll show you a couple things here. He was on a podcast with another comedian named Andrew Schultz. I don't know the podcast name, but I don't watch it. All right, but there's Andrew Schultz here, and there's Akaash here. They were like Batman and Robin on the podcast, although I believe there were a couple of other comedians on there as well. None of them I recognize, but shout out to them, no disrespect. Akaash was on the podcast with Andrew Schultz, but you see Myron and Fresh there, Myron and Walter. Myron and Walter appeared on their podcast when they were doing a podcast tour. All right, so at one point when Fresh and Fit were trying to get over that 1 million subscriber, they went on a podcast tour, and this is where they got in trouble. I don't know if you remember that. They were doing relatively well on YouTube, still associated kind of with the manosphere, but they wanted to go mainstream. And what they did was they went on a podcast tour. They paid their own way and sometimes paid their way onto the podcast. They gave them a little bit of money and they went on a tour. They just went, this is about 4 years ago. And a lot of the clips that came out that got Myron in trouble and recognized and Fresh were because they were going on these tours. Now, the podcasts that they were going on tours with were not so red pill, right? They were not understanding of the talking points of the red pill. They might have heard a couple here and there. This is before Andrew Tate was completely popular. This is kind of like around the same time. This is while Kevin Samuels was kind of getting popular as well. So they would go on podcasts, but they weren't completely friendly with them. They were friendly, but they weren't. So they would sometimes go on a podcast like Tim Pool. Sometimes it worked out for them. Sometimes they were confronted. They went on a podcast with a husband and a wife comedic team, and they kind of tore into Myron and Fresh. A lot of the clips that you saw about people saying negative things about them came from these podcast tours. In this particular tour, Andrew Schultz, they were invited on that podcast, but Akaash took great exception to what Myron and Fresh were talking about. I mean, he went in on them, and I do have the clip. The reason why that's important is because that set off the chain of events of the exposure of Akaash. It's kind of like when Abba goes in on other dudes, and now he's in this situation, and now it's coming back to haunt him because he's looking like a hypocrite. Well, Akaash ended up looking like a Super Saiyan simp because he went in hardcore on Myron. Pause. And I think No Jumper is another one of these podcasts they went on. So he went in hardcore on Myron. Now, Myron, as you guys know, he don't forget shit, right? He don't forget shit. And Myron does this for real. Like, a lot of people do podcasting part-time and y'all do it as a hobby. Like, this is Myron's life. All right. He ain't playing. He does podcasting and he ain't gonna do nothing but that. Like, that's his life. So he never forgot. And that came back to haunt Akaash because even Akaash's fans would support what he said against Myron. They could not ignore what came out of the Myron camp. All right, so Akaash is known as a simp now. Even his own viewers on his own podcast would not let it go that Akaash is in a simping relationship with his wife. So even though they don't agree with the red pill, they can agree that Akaash is a simp. So much so that Akaash just quit his podcast with Andrew Schultz. He just quit. According to the internet, Akaash might have been getting somewhere around $100,000 a month from this podcast. This is people pocket watching. But the rumor is he's getting $100,000 a month from this podcast. Now, he's also a stand-up comedian. He just sold out a big New York venue of 10,000 seats. Now, if you do the math and the ticket in exchange, he got a bag. But that's not going to sustain him. Most of these comedians need YouTube. If you think of all the comedians on YouTube, these people don't perform all the time. You have Ari Spears, podcast. He was on Vlad. You had Godfrey. He has a podcast. You have Andrew Schultz, has a podcast. Cat Williams blew up Shannon Sharp's podcast. All right. I'm thinking of some other people. A lot of these comedians, Joe Rogan, podcast. So a lot of these comedians use the podcast kind of in place of having to go out and tour and perform in nightclubs with 850 people at the Irvine Improv, 350 people. So this offsets the need to go out on the road 24/7. They could just sit back and do their podcast. Since they have a built-in fan base, they could do the podcast. Country Wayne, YouTuber. Corey Holcomb, podcast. So thank you for helping me out. So you're seeing the need for the comedians to need the podcast to keep themselves relevant and keep themselves and their name out here. If he's not on the podcast 2 years from now, does he sell out Radio City Music Hall? I think not. He needs the podcast to stay relevant. But because he got into this situation where his own audience called him a simp and his whole comment section was just filled up of them going in, he decided to quit the podcast. Why is that important? Well, if a significant amount of his income has come from that to support his wife, support his marriage, he's going to have to do a whole bunch of comedy shows to support that or get acting gigs. And here you go. So his wife, this is his wife, Jasleen. As you can see, women be shopping. Women be shopping. Shout out to Chris Rock. Okay. So she's shopping. She has a lifestyle. She has a quota to meet. She be shopping. She be at Pilates. She be out here shopping for clothes. There she is right there with purses and handbags and Gucci and Louis Vuitton bags. And there she is trying on clothes. There she is at Pilates. There she is getting, all these treatments here. There she is. Shopping, going, traveling, vacations. She's getting facials and shit. All right. It adds up quickly. It adds up quickly. So that's an example of, well, you walked away because you couldn't take the heat. Now you out here going to risk your career. Now he's still staying like my career is not ruined. I still sold out Radio City Music Hall, 10,000 seats. Shout out to him. That's not easy to do. But can you do that every weekend? Nope. Can you do that every weekend? Nope. So that's why people are saying, hey, your future, your marriage depends on this, because if you don't make no more money, guess what she gonna do?
Gotta get my bag and run.
She gonna get her bag and run, especially the dynamic of the relationship. Now, let me play this video right quick so you can see how white people are calling this dynamic simping. All right, there's a lot of reasons why. But this is how men throw their life away for love. Okay, so let's start right here. The video that I played earlier of their dynamic. And the reason why we're talking about this is we're trying to help and get men to understand, well, you got to see this from the outside looking in. So this is him with his wife. Let's play the video. This is him trying to go in for a kiss on his own wife, and she turns her head. All right, this is him again getting down on one knee proposing. And this is him right here trying to get a kiss, and she turns her head. Okay. She turns her head. There he is trying to get a kiss again. She's turning her head right there. There he is again. This is ecclesiastical wife who claims to be a virgin. We're going to handle that later. She was a virgin at marriage. There she is moving away again from a kiss while they're on the social media. Remember, social media is their job. So she got, again, remember that woman was saying about how you need to just do for your man, right? For the NFL player. She need to just suck it up, Buttercup. But apparently, I don't think she like him. All right, so there she is moving away, dodging again, and there he is just getting the ear, and there she is disgusted. All right, pretty terrible, huh? And this is on probably some sort of video or live stream, so he decides to go on the other side, and there she is again, a little bit of avoidance. I mean, I wouldn't even let a JUCO do this to me, bro. I mean, but, let alone my wife. And she said money. You got to have to pay me. And so this is even Abba and Preach recognizing that this is bad news. So even Abba and Preach are like, damn. Okay, damn. Like, this is bad look. Nobody's sympathizing for Akaash in this situation. Nobody's sympathizing. So let's go back here and talk about Fresh, Fit, Myron, and Akaash to make it all make sense. Because now we got to make it all make sense. This is Fresh, Fit, Andrew Ewish, all right, whatever that guy's name is, Andrew the comedian, and Akaash right here. This is them on the show. The podcast is called Flagrant. This was posted, I don't remember when the interview was, but I'm saying around 2021, 2022, and there's Myron with the baldy. All right, so let's hear what Akaash has to say to Myron right to his face.
Stuff you guys say in general, I think is stuff that's kind of childish. Okay. It is. I saw a clip where you were like, oh, the nuclear family's falling apart. What do? I don't get married. Just don't get married. You actually trying to help, man? Or are you talking to fucking incels who are 18 years old? You know what I mean? That's some shit you say to college. I'm going to turn you from a simp to a pimp. All right, bro. Can we grow up? You guys are self-help. Hey, we're trying to help men. So either we're funny or help men and be real and be honest with yourself and don't have an ego like, I have a preference. Be honest. Have an honest conversation.
But all right. So that was the original beef from that particular point of view. So you can see Myron has carried this for years because that's how Myron works. Myron don't forget. He carries that shit on. He also believes in loyalty. As you can see, most of his beefs has come from men he thought were loyal to him, and then they turned on him, and from his point of view. Okay, so there was the original statement that was like, wow. Now, why is that important? This is not to defend Myron. This is not to defend Fresh. This is not to defend Akaash or Andrew Schultz. That led to what we saw of the exposure of Akaash. Because Myron and his group of men, because he always has the group of men over there, they ended up producing a clip of Akaash's greatest misses. Okay. So his clipper or Myron or whoever put this together ended up pushing out this particular clip, exposing the weird dynamic relationship between Akaash and Jasleen. So I'm going to play the clip that allegedly came from the Myron camp.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college.
I was popping my
and living my best life in these white boy frats.
Okay, I have two couple stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my was a little sore.
Oh my God.
And I remember
You and your husband split finances. And I'm going to be really honest.
I don't.
We don't.
We don't.
We don't.
First of all, that's a red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a red flag. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
Wow, I went up $100 from last week.
But that's my money. Okay?
I don't know if you watch The Boys, but I love him on The Boys.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else?
Do you know why I think I have like a good marriage? I think it's because my husband's never here. Okay, so I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Now remember, this woman is the same woman that dodges kisses from him in public, on camera, on screens, in public. She's also saying these things about her husband. There's a little bit more. It gets worse. Now, this is, remember when the woman said how to get an NFL player? One of the things she said, and I keep saying this, and a lot of women don't get it. Don't embarrass him. Okay? Be seen, not heard. Always look good and appealing. Be pretty and smile. What happens is, what these women want to do is, I got a mouth too. I'm pretty too. I'm young too. I could be a podcast too. It's easy work. You just sit there and talk. I'm going to sit there and talk too. So what happened was Andrew Schultz, I believe, admitted this. I might be wrong. Andrew Schultz admitted that because they had this marriage and they had the ability to put her up on a podcast, they created a podcast lane for her because she wanted to do it. And Akaash didn't say, nah, be seen, not heard. He let her go up there and do the podcast. And guess what? Boom. She went up there and destroyed him. What you're seeing is the result of him not putting his foot down. Him not saying, no, I'm the star. You sit over there and you count beans. You sit over there and you fucking play with the kids. You sit over there and be a wife. He didn't pull her fucking card. And guess what? She jumped up on Al Gore's internet. This is another reason why dudes say, I don't want my girl to have the internet. Because they're going to embarrass you. We seen LeBron James's wife do this a couple of times here and there. We seen Aisha Curry do this. And these are detrimental to your marriage. This is why you start calling men simps. Because you're like, damn, you got your wife up here just trashing you? Will and Jada Smith. So she's a nobody. She's a nobody. In fact, if you look at her Instagram and her TikTok, which I tried to look for it, I was like, I could not believe the numbers were so low. I was like, what? She got 190,000 TikTok. I mean, I got over 100,000 TikToks. And she getting all this exposure. Still can't even pull in the audience. Can't put no asses in the seat. Can't generate no interest. The only people who watch her is to pull her goofy shit that she say on the internet. And see how she's using this nigga. All right, her Instagram has 34,000 followers. Bro, I got what, 157,000? I don't even know. I'm more popular than her. But she's done more damage to her marriage than he's done more credible work for his marriage. All right, so let's continue looking at this video of him, her destroying this nigga. And this is why his own audience is turned against him.
No lies were told. I am leveraging the support I have. It's kind of like nepotism.
Wait till you see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Naz is like at least 10 inches.
So she's talking about this woman's husband, her podcast host. on a podcast where she's married, bruh. Like, and ladies, I don't know why y'all ain't got y'all's feet out. Why y'all got socks on? Get them feet out. So she's talking about this woman's, her podcast host's husband. Talking about that would be a hall pass. And I know he hung like a horse and he got, jeez, bro. I mean, who wants their wife out here doing this? This is why when we tell women to be quiet, we're doing that for your own good and my own good. Just be quiet.
Always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Naz is like at least 10 inches. What kind of do you watch when you use a
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch while using it. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough.
What?
I'm just thinking of like my own husband while I'm like doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
All right, so this is being censored out so you can barely understand sometimes. So she's asking, who do you think about when you use your vibrator? And the woman said, I think about my husband, obviously. And she said, I could never do that. I could never think about my husband. Wow, bro. I mean, she trashing him. And by the way, Myron's camp is the one who exposed this. So, and he exposed this years later after he got dissed by Akaash. And I'm pretty sure he tried to set him straight on the show. But she is grilling this nigga. Now you combine that, and there's more, guys. There's more. There's more.
Yeah. This comment is so gross to me. Excuse my face. I just got a Fraxel, so it looks a little crazy, but it's like, who the f are you to talk about when I lost my virginity? I will talk about it because it's my sexuality and it's my story. So sit the f down and shut the f up. And also, do you think Akaash never touched a woman before he met me? Like, we both up with people, we both were in relationships, and then together we both lost our virginity. So
all right, so she's claiming, this is an important part, she's claiming they lost their virginities together. All right, but they also were with other people prior. This is kind of like goes down the hill of, you know, they be lying about their past. So I don't know what virginity you talking about, but let's continue here.
sit the f down. You're like, just unfollow me. You're so
a little bit of backstory. This clip was Oregon.
We got that one right there. We got that understanding right there. Now we got some more for y'all. Yeah, we got some more. All right, give me some more. Give me some more. We got some more for you here. This is her talking about her being a virgin. All right, so here we go right here. Damn, I got some more clips. Where's the clips at? Did we hear about the frat boys? We didn't hear about the frat boys. Okay. Here we go right here. Let's pull this up. I think she's going to talk about the frat boys right here. That was an important clip. Okay, here we go right here. Come on. Come on, come on, come on.
Is weird about periods. That's a red flag. Break up with him immediately, no pun intended, because when I was in college, I dated this guy. You know, he didn't want to fool around when I was on like the heaviest days of my period. Okay, totally understandable. I get that. And I was like, oh, great. Good news. My period ended. Like, we can like have fun tonight, blah, blah. And he was going down on me. Like, wouldn't you know it, I was still spotting. And also, if you're like poking around down there, like, more blood can sometimes come out even if your period is over. And I swear to God, like, I thought my period was done. He like looked at me with so much disgust, and I'll never forget that moment. Like, I felt so ashamed and so dirty, and like he was like, how could you do this to me, and all this stuff, ruined the night and like whatever. And he was my boyfriend at the time. I was just like so depressed. I went home and like I called my sister and I was like, I have to tell you something, like this happened to me. And she literally was like, so, and I was like, what do you mean? She was like, Jessie, that's so normal. Like, yeah, sometimes you spot. Like, why would he make it such a big deal and like punish you for it? And I didn't realize that at the time, but being with my now husband, it's so different because he has never once shamed me.
Okay. Oh, the humanity. All right, okay. We get it. But you were fooling around, but there was no penetration? You said he put some fingers up there. Something went up there. Something went up there. Okay. I don't know. But here's the clip of her talking about when she was in college. This is a clip of her talking about when she was in college. By the way, she was supposed to be a virgin when she married Akaash. And he's dying on that hill. He said we both were virgins.
I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses. I was shopping at Rainbow. I was eating buffalo chicken wraps every day. I was straightening my hair with my French tips. Like, you could not tell me nothing. And I had a roster of guys that I would rotate through.
Oh my goodness, great. Ooh. Oh my.
Oh, the humanity.
Man, see, sometimes you want women to talk. You need to keep talking. But Akaash has defended this. Bruh, what? Ma'am, excuse me? I mean, I know Akaash is a comedian, but you are a terrible comedian.
I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
Oh my goodness. By the way, you heard what she said. She was popping it to white boy frat houses. Let me see if we can pull this up. Oh my goodness. This is crazy work. All right, let me see here. See if we can pull this up. Here we go right here. This is a picture from her college days right here. Okay, hold on for a second. Let's pull this up. Right there. Oh no.
Oh, the humanity.
Not Thad, Brad, and Connor. Sheesh. Now, this is who she wants to marry. This is who she always wanted to marry. This is who she this is who she went to college with. This is her desired mate. Yes, these some goofy ass white boys. All right, but this is who she want to marry. All right, and I'm looking at 3 men that she said she was popping her pussy.
Trying.
She said she was popping her pussy. I didn't say it.
Trying.
She said it.
Trying.
Okay. Is this getting bad for y'all, man? Is this getting bad? I mean, nobody can sympathize. I got another video right here. Now you see why he quit. Now you see why he quit the podcast, right? Because even his fan group was not letting him live this down, bro. They like, what? It says, watch my husband set the bar so high, y'all can't even reach it. This is her Instagram. Here we go. All right, looks like he's he's singing happy birthday to her. You can't barely hear it, but he's right. They seem to be on vacation. There's the private dinner. There's the sand. Wait, whose kid is that? All right, who the fuck? All right, let's continue right here. So let's skip ahead here. You can see whose kid is that? What? Oh, okay, I see. There's some people here. All right, there's some family members here. All right, so they're going to exchange their vows in India. I think what happened was they were facing so much ridicule. They were kind of re-establishing their marriage. So they're going to re-exchange their vows in a traditional relationship in India. So I think that's what he was doing. So he proposed again. There he is proposing again. With a bigger ring. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Don't drop it in the sand. You won't never find it again. Okay, here we go right here. Take your little ring off. Okay, so it must be a smaller ring. He might have got some more money. That tends to happen. She said, oh my God. All right, shout out to her right here.
Oh my God.
Okay, so he said, did you hear that? So she said, she asks, how big is this? And he said, big enough to shut up when I tell you to. So you can see he trying to pull rank back. He's using this ring in this re-proposal to pull rank back to get her to be quiet, but he ain't got no balls. She don't give a fuck about that because you already established the rules of the relationship. So now she's gonna give him his reward for buying that big old ring and rock. And I love her skin too. Here we go. Oh shit.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh no. Not again. Oh no. You done paid for that ring, took her on vacation, and she can't kiss you on the lips? Oh shit. God, damn. So you see why he getting cooked on social media right now. You see what? Look at this. And look, he trying to lean in for another kiss. He got the head. Pause. And look at her. Look, pink diamonds. Not pink diamonds. Nigga, that's right out the goddamn Lucky Charms box. Wow. Wow. All right, so you see why people cook at him, right? If that doesn't make the case, This is Andrew Schultz confirming that he has definitely stepped away from the podcast. Let's see how he handled it here. All right, why he stepped away from the podcast. I mean, there's so much evidence here. It's just piling on here.
We got to address the elephant in the room, no pun intended. Okay. As I'm sure you guys are aware, our boy Akaash, he really went through it earlier this year, showed amazing resilience and, selling out Radio City recently, setting records in Toronto, just crushing stand-up around the globe, and literally just like living the dreams that he would tell me about at 2 a.m. when we're eating fucking egg sandwiches at Veselka. So it's been amazing to see, but the experience has put things in perspective for him. And he has made the decision to focus all of his energy on stand-up. He is going to be stepping away from the pod. It is bittersweet. We wish that he did not want to do that. But at the same time, it's very hard not to root for your friend, literally living his dreams. And if he feels he's got to give everything to that, then that's exactly what he's got to do. And we're going to rock with him. We hope you guys continue to rock with him. Go check out the show. We saw the show Radio City. It's phenomenal. You guys should absolutely go check it out. AkashSingh.com.
Okay, so as you can see here, what they're saying is they're trying to sugarcoat it. It actually, people said they are talking like it was a funeral for him. Oh, we lost a good one. He left. Okay. I don't know what the podcast is going to be without him because I've never seen the podcast. So maybe that they're going to feel some effects of that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was an important part of the show. I have no idea. But they're like, he got to step away. He hasn't made an announcement about it. He's just trying to prove that his career is not on the skids. Last video here. This is them after here. So after it was kind of announced that he's going to leave the podcast, she's been talking about the shades at haters. Don't want to shade at haters. It says right here, my final first date before I retire from the streets. Gentlemen, this is 5 days ago. 5 days ago. After, if not the damage was done, if the damage wasn't done, just 5 days ago on her Instagram, she drops this video about her final first date before I retired from the streets.
I'm better
in these streets.
Akaash, you don't see this, but Akaash, however you pronounce your name, before she retired from the streets. Let's see what she has to say, bro. I mean, she trying to get rid of you, but you married, so you're going to have to come up off of that munyon.
So today is my husband's 42nd birthday. I thought I would tell you guys funny stories about when we were first dating. I was finishing up my last year in college, and Akaash he came to Philly for our first date because that's where I was studying. And he's like, oh yeah, I come to Philly all the time. Like, never used to come to Philly. Came down, and he Ubered to come pick me up, and he drove past Fraternity Row. I feel like that's when it sunk in, like our age difference, our 9-year age difference. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he took me to this restaurant, Sampan. My Philly girls know. He thought he killed it, which he did. It's a good restaurant, but I had been there on a date with the last guy I dated. I told him that I went there before, and he was like, are you kidding me? Then he took me to Eastern State Penitentiary, which is like an old jail where I think, what's his name? Al Pacino? Al Capone. Whatever. Al Capone stayed because it was like during Halloween, but he didn't tell me where we were going. So as soon as we came up, like one of the like actors or like the zombie people like came up and scared me, and I screamed so loud and hugged his arm, and he was like, that's right, Daddy's here. And we walked home all the way from Eastern State Penitentiary back to Drexel's campus because like we were just vibing like so much the whole night. That's what I knew. Like the conversation was flowing so easily. Even though he was like trying to roast me, he was like, what did you say? He said makeup artists are con artists. He said something like, I'm not one of those girls that's gonna offer to pay, right? It's like, I mean, I will, just to be polite. He's like, no, don't even pretend.
That was tough.
Yeah, that was. Oh, and the
Why are we looking up her nostrils like this?
hostess like really did me a solid. Well, she's like, oh my god, your girlfriend is so pretty, like you're so lucky. And he was like, I know, right? Which I thought was such a good response, because like if you shy away from it, it's kind of like ew, you know?
Okay. I can't, man. She give me a headache, man, like just talking and listening to her, bro. An absolute headache. I mean, this is crazy. But even Charlemagne the God, the devil, if you will, basically called them out and said that he needs to keep her off the internet. All right. See if I had that clip lined up here. You see?
This is just
Jada Pinkett Singh.
Jada Pinkett Singh. That is phenomenal.
Jada Pinkett Singh.
Whoever came up with that shit, this is just
Jada
Pinkett Singh
was fucking hilarious.
They said her podcast is called Red Dot Table Talk.
If y'all ever catch me selling out like this, I mean, I'm a sellout, y'all. You know I'm a sellout. But if y'all ever catch me selling out to the industry like this, somebody need to do something for me, man. To the nanny go.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man. What you going to do? Look out, boys. It's coming through. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
If y'all ever catch me yucking and this bullshit, bruh. All right. Somebody got to catch me out here doing this shit, bruh. Knee slapper. Where is this at? I can't find the clip. All right. But anyway, they was even shitting on her, calling her Jada Pink and Akaash or whatever. All right. Anyway, in this situation here, you can clearly see that his career is going to take a turn. He's going to have to find some other ways to scramble and scrape for some money. But he also has to find some sort of way to keep that marriage afloat, because if he doesn't, then whatever worth he has, she obviously going to get it. I don't think she's in a lose situation here. If she continues to talk, then definitely she continues to get whatever little money he got left over. I don't think he can leave her at this point. I mean, I think the best thing he could do is leave her now, and then just cut bait and pay the restock fee. And she'll go on to go ahead and finesse another particular guy. Obviously, if you look, her stories don't add up, whether she's trying to make a show out of it or desperately trying to build an audience. Okay, maybe she's trying to do that, but I'm not sure she's going to work out in that aspect, if she's even going to be relevant or important after that. Or he might have to go out there and push her out there to be the family name. Apparently, just breaking news here, just quickly here. Apparently, Abba and Preach are on live. 21,000 viewers. 21,000 viewers. Wait, I guess the live stream just ended. All right. So it said 21K. Apparently, he's exposing his, he said his blackmailer. Now, gentlemen, I told you about this, right? I told you about this type of thing where if you have to go to these lengths to use social media to expose your blackmailer, this is not a good look. Constantly responding to her back and forth tells me you were sloppy with your work. You didn't do your homework on her. You didn't vet. You also didn't put her on paperwork. You also was reckless in the way you were dealing with her. And then also was reckless in the way you were providing aftercare. All right. You definitely did the same thing Fresh did. All right. People are trying to make it the point of view. Well, he wasn't a hypocrite. Certainly was. All right. But he wasn't the same hypocrite as Fresh was, because he definitely was a hypocrite and got caught. But he admits that. What I'm seeing Abba doing is not admitting it. I think he admitted his mistakes, but now what he's doing is, which I think is going to be a mistake, fighting it in the court of public opinion. That's going to help with his fan base. But if more women come forward, he's going to have to do the exact same thing, which we saw. So he's here reviewing the Saint in the Sinner interview, or maybe that is the Stephen Knight interview. I don't understand. Like, you can, at this point, the game is shifted to him. So there was a 1 hour and 21 minute review here. Of course, I'm gonna just have to go back and look at it and see what he said. But obviously, then I think then Abba would have to figure out how he's gonna handle the men in this situation that are talking about him. But this is sloppy. This is sloppy. You can just say it's sloppy. This is not the way you need to be moving out here, moving and shaking when you have a reputation. Okay. She looks bad. Of course she does. Like, how does she look good? For instance, let me say this. In the Fresh situation, because people are making the comparison between the two, namely because Abba spoke negatively about Fresh more than anybody else related to this one, and he got more push. Did the woman in the Fresh case ever look good? Okay, this is where people are out here like, well, it's different. She looked crazy. In the case of Fresh, did the woman look good either? We thought she was crazy too. We was like, who is this bitch? She an escort. She this and that. She didn't look good either. That still didn't stop Fresh from getting buried. That's the point. Because people are trying to say it's different. That woman looked crazy too. She looked like a clout chaser. She sounded crazy on the phone recording him. She couldn't prove she was pregnant. She didn't know who she was pregnant by. She was like, I didn't want to kill the baby. So the Fresh woman looked ridiculous too. That still didn't stop y'all from dissing Fresh. Okay. That still didn't hold Fresh not accountable because the woman was crazy. Now let's go back to Abba. The woman crazy in that case too. Does Abba still stir accountability because she crazy? The answer is no. Nope. That's not how it looks. That you can't just say she crazy and dismiss it. Okay, because both of the women in that case look crazy as hell. And everybody got to admit she looked crazy, because why does she sit up here hours and hours on the internet? What is her purpose? I think she's a bipolar depression. She's a bipolar. And she's sitting up here looking calm. I mean, she looked crazy as hell to me. But now he's got to be able to beat this, because I don't think she goes away. 100% chance she ain't going away. And not only that, I think people do have an incentive to keep bringing her up to interview her. Like I said, last night we had Saint in the Center interviewing her for almost 3.5, 4 hours. We have Stephen Knight interviewing her for several hours, producing content. That woman ain't going nowhere. This is what we tell you about. It's not about picking sides. It's not about supporting the guy just on GP. What you have to understand is what I teach you. If you let these women ruin you, they will fucking ruin you. And they will not stop. They won't stop. I want you guys to see it from my perspective. I'm not taking sides. You guys are taking sides. I'm trying to teach you points. I'm trying to teach you. I don't want nothing to do with Abba. I don't have any skin in the game. Unless he starts cutting videos on me. I don't care. I don't care about the woman in this case. I don't even care about the accusations. I'm trying to teach you how dangerous women can be if you fuck around and let the wrong woman in your life. Y'all try to pick sides and call her this and that, and she crazy and he this and he that and she that. I don't give a fuck about none of these people. What I care about is the situation. Any of you guys can get caught in this situation. My question is this. How do you stop this woman? How do you stop her? The answer is you don't. She got to stop her motherfucking self. And there I prove my point. My point is proven. My philosophy is 100% concrete, 100% undefeated. You can't stop her. And she ain't going to stop. Clearly. Is this the life you want? You think Abba got time to deal with this bullshit day in and day out? He ain't got the time. He ain't got the stomach. And because he was sloppy, he can't stop her. She gonna be out here until people stop watching her. But for some reason, people are watching her. And he keeps responding, which I think is a mistake. All right. I think it's a mistake. And by the way, I said the same thing about Myron. Just so you guys know. When Myron came out with a 6-hour live stream, I said the same thing about him. I was like, this is not how you conduct business because it ain't going to do anything. You still going to get the asterisk. He's still going to get the asterisk. Abba's still going to get the asterisk. Because if a second and a third woman comes out, guess what happens? Boom. Now he in trouble. Now he's got problems. Is he going to make a live stream about the second woman? Or is he going to ignore that? If he does a live stream about the second woman, what about if the third woman comes out? Because the second woman came out predictably, like I said. He going to keep making live streams until these bitches get... It's not the best use of your time as a man. Been telling you how this shit works. I don't care about either people in this case. We're just using it as a teachable moment. Your life can turn from sugar to shit. Just like that. Dealing with bullshit that these women do, man. Look. But you guys keep coming up with, well, this and that, and she crazy, and who believes her, and this and that, and she a clout chaser. That's why you guys don't do the job I have. All right. You got to have a philosophy on how to deal with these women. Play defense. If you don't, this is what you got. Crazy Chica. Crazy Chica. I wouldn't address none of this shit. I would just let her keep running, blah, 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 and I would keep doing my motherfucking videos. All right, but I will do some sneak disses. I'll do some sneak dissing, but I wouldn't even address that crazy bitch. Right? Be like, yeah, whatever. But I think what's happening is because he knows there's more information, he's got to keep coming out here responding. But the more you respond, the more you look like, what do they say? They say, thou doth protest too much. As soon as you keep protesting, people are going to be like, well, you starting to sound guilty. Or you're going to say something that you're going to say something about the relationship that nobody knew. Okay. And he's done this already because nobody knows the fact that he still keeps in contact with her, which is incredible. So even is this a work or a shoot? Because if he's still texting her and calling her, doesn't that constitute he's abusing her? Like she's trying to sink his ship. And she's still texting her back and forth instead of blocking her and cutting her off all communication. As I've been telling you, cut off communication. He's not doing that. He's still texting her. He's still calling her. Bro, this is sloppy work. Sloppy as a motherfucker, bro. But she must got a video of him doing something, eating some pussy or something. He got somebody say he's in love. Yeah, dude, look, that's another case. I think he's in love with her and she broke his heart. And I've been there. I've been there, bro. I had a woman that broke me down that I couldn't forget about her for months. For months. But he's going to say something and she going to take that little dude. When my ex-wife used to take me back to court, I just stopped talking to her because I noticed early on I would say something and then she'd take it and use it in court. So I just said, I'm never going to talk to her again. And people were like, well, she the mother of your child. Fuck that. She ain't taking no information from me. All right. Because she's obviously using information. He gonna fuck around and say the wrong thing, and she gonna take his ass to court for defamation of character, just like that, bro. And they're gonna be like, "Well, he can sue her. She can sue him too, bro." I was like, cutting that shit off, bro. No additional information. Just hi, bye. Have a nice life. Go fuck yourself. But she's gonna wait for him to say that one thing, reveal that one piece of information. For instance. He might reveal something about her health. That could be a HIPAA violation in the United States. He might say that in a live stream. I'm just telling you, man, it could be anything. Women are interesting characters. They look for that red herring. They look for that one fucking thing. And the more you talk, the more likely you're going to set yourself up. Okay. My stance on this is don't say nothing. I've gone this long and none of you guys know nothing about my ex-wife other than she's my ex-wife. You know why? Why do you think? I'm trying to teach y'all, man. I've done this for a long time and y'all don't know nothing about her. You know, y'all know little bits of details, but y'all can't say who the person is. You know why? Because she's just my ex-wife. She's just a character. She's a character. She's not the actual person. Now, if I start mentioning names and descriptions, now I got a lawsuit. And trust me, I'm pretty sure she hired a lawyer to go say, how can we sue this nigga? Because she would have by this motherfucking point. Trust me. If I would have revealed any details and information, and I had a video up at one point very early when I was doing YouTube, I took that shit down, snatch. Because this person is just known as ex-wife. They're not known as the person. Because I'm not stupid enough to keep bringing up a person and keep talking about the information. And then you guys go talk to her. Is she just a character on my show? She's just a character. That's how you got to move around here. But as soon as you make it personal, you open yourself up to bullshit. And women are looking for you to do this. In fact, I think this woman's baiting him to do it. Okay. Baiting him. And he gonna slip up, fuck up his bag. Okay. Be careful, gentlemen. You guys are always trying to argue the smallest, minute part of the importance of the video and something anybody can come up with. She crazy, she dumb, she ugly, she look like Sneeko, she clout chasing. That is like low hanging fruit that any idiot can come up with. I mean, anybody can come up with that. That's obvious. Okay. He lying, she in love, he in love, she bitter, she hurt, she toxic, she mentally unstable. Anybody could come up with that shit. That's why you don't get paid to podcast. What you have to do is come up with the basis of how to protect, how to support yourself, how to respond, how to avoid, how to secure, how to not fumble the bag. That's what my job is. But if you think this woman is going away anytime soon, you're sadly mistaken. She's got 15 minutes worth of fame. She got time and she's got people's attention. Not only that, she knows the enemies of her enemy. She knows the enemy of his enemies, right? She's already claimed that she was going to go to Myron before she even got on YouTube. So she knows Myron. Matter of time before she ends up on Fresh and Fit. It's a matter of time that she goes prime time on Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit gonna be back. It's only a matter of time she's in Miami. Give it 3 or 4 days. She gonna be in Miami. And then if she goes to Miami for that show, she's gonna be on any other show that's in Miami. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time she's on my show. Abba's gonna recover from this, but not before we get all this bullshit revealed about him. Not only that, the fact that he's shooting blanks or had low testosterone, that's either confirmation of how he lives his life and why he believes what he believes. But that bit of information isn't exactly why you don't want women talking about you in public. Because now he's shooting blanks. Now he got low testosterone. These are all things you don't want your information. You don't want your energy out here having. Now we know why you're a progressive liberal. Now we know why you're less alpha male, prone to alpha male activity. We also know he sit around playing video games all day and he don't go to bed at night. Dude, she putting out so much personal information about him. You don't want women putting out your personal information about you. You don't want this. And it's easy to say she crazy, but she put in out details. It's only a matter of time. I think the one thing she said she wouldn't say was she protected one particular thing. I can't remember. She was like, I don't want to say. She told about his living situation, how he lives, the way he lives. Bro, this is not information you don't want. You don't want women putting this shit out about you. Come on, man. And that's why he up here doing live streams, right? Because he try to like, oh shit, I better come in and address that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Let me not lose my audience. You know, a lot of people will jump on live streams. You know why you would jump on live streams? You want to see what your audience is saying in the chat. Okay. So that's another reason why he's jumping on that live stream, because you want to see if your audience is still on your side. That's the easiest way. Instead of producing an edited video and waiting for the comment section, you fire up your live stream and then you see what your audience is saying. If they all saying you took an L, you are this, you an abuser, now you like, oh shit. But if they still singing your praises, you're like, okay, good, I still got them. All right, let's see here. Yeah, 22,000 live viewers, more than any live stream they've ever had. I don't think they've had those numbers before on a live stream. And look at what is happening. It brings out people who want to either pray on your downfall, or they want to come out and support you. But I would think it'd be the opposite here. It would be the first. Okay, so man, this is crazy. Check this out. Look at this, man. I don't know, man. I don't know Canadian laws. I don't have a clue about Canadian laws. I'm looking at this description box. He has put her full first, middle, and last name in the, bro, this is not how you fight, man. He put her first, middle, and last name, put her location, Orange County, California, which we figured out the first time, has been harassing me and blackmailing me for the better part of 4 to 5 months. She has enlisted the aid of Stephanie, who is this? And I'm putting to bed a lot of the lies of Libby Callion. So is this an attorney? I don't know who this person is. Stephanie, let's take a look at this. She's enlisted the aid of someone. I have a LinkedIn profile here. It's a journalist. No. That's not a journalist. It looks like maybe it's a public relations. Could possibly be public relations. I'm not sure. I can't really say because there's some names that I'm popping up here on LinkedIn. Could be a PR firm. Yeah, I can't really tell, but he's putting out another person's name in there, bro. I mean, you playing with fire, my G. Oh, that's the other girl. Is that the other girl? Is that the accuser number 2? I'm not sure. Could be accuser number 2. And somebody, let me just say this, bro. If you have a large platform and you give out personal details of a person that is more or less private, you can get got for that. I was just describing that with my ex-wife. If you put out, you're a public figure, that means like it's even on YouTube. As a matter of fact, on YouTube, if I make a YouTube video about somebody in the comment section and I reveal their personal email in that video, YouTube can snatch that video down. They could terminate your channel. They could snatch the video down. By the way, I actually know that. It happened to me. It said it's low-key doxing. It's doxing. He doxed her. Location, full name. So that means that his audience members, 22,000 in a live stream, 63,000 people has viewed the video. What happens is they're going to be like, yo, you just put my client at risk from your sycophants or your fans. Okay. Gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is not good. This is not a good thing. You just put two people's name, one location, full first and last name, and you know you have very passionate fans. They're going to look her up. They're going to look up her information, her private details, her medical records. They're going to be up in there with a fine-tooth comb. They're going to be at her university. They're going to be at her job. If she loses her job, bruh. And y'all stuck on she crazy. But I'm looking at this. Dude, one time I did a video. A guy sent me an email. I did a video of the email, and I left the email I left his email address on the video. YouTube pulled the video. They pulled the video like less than 24 hours. And this was when my early YouTube. But I put the email up. And I said in the video, I said his name, and then I said @email@gmail.com. And they pulled that video because I'm a public figure. I'm sicking my fans on that person, and they pulled the video. What do I also tell you? Men, you're trying to get revenge on women, and that is not the right approach. Okay? Don't try to get revenge. He's trying to get revenge. This tells me he's vengeful. He's trying to get revenge on her by then trying to turn his audience on her in an attempt to get her to stop. I don't know who the other person is here, but that could be the second woman here, which her name was unknown at the time. Man almighty, brothers. I'm telling you, he making some mistakes here. Critical. Critical mistakes, man. These are very, and telling you, she gonna wait for the one thing she gonna get him because she's in there. Caitlin says sexually liberated women want to be promiscuous but not reveal their body count. They've had to have a man F them good but still not be in a relationship with him. Why is that? 304s are just bad image. They're just a bad image because we don't have to marry them for sex. And they choose this. So 304s would be bad for your image, obviously, even bad for the image of the situation where we seen Akaash is in there. He's young. How old is he? Isn't he in his 30s? Okay. Trinicia says, my boomer grandpa and I agreed that women are socialized since girls to want marriage. So I don't think it's fully feminism that ruined marriage because 304s are not rigid and boring like virgins. Men will stand up a girl who invites him to meet her family. Y'all hated courting. All right. Trinicia is out here again. He says y'all hated courting. Men will stand up a girl who invited him to meet her family. Well, you know, pushing that along a little bit more. But courting was a responsibility. Not a lot of guys want to court. They want to have sex. Shout out to our brother Dennis. Figueroa says, aftercare is a must. Even if you're going through a breakup, you always have to make her feel like she's winning. She has to feel like she's getting one on you, even if she ain't. Play the game, fellas, you big dummies. For real. You want her to believe that she winning on you. Okay?
You big dummy.
Even when she's not. I've often told guys, revenge against women is pointless. Never get revenge. Your only revenge is success. Oftentimes, ignoring them is either going to piss them off or they're going to end up running out of bullets. Just ignore. Move on. Larry C says, hey, coach, I heard a rumor that Myron carried a comb with him everywhere he went. When he was bald, I guess he couldn't part with it. Shout out to you. Price is wrong. Shout out to you and the coach. Gang in the building, all right? I wasn't dissing Myron. You did. And we got Q the exec. Akaash couldn't take the heat. He walked away from a lot of money to follow his dream of stand-up, his dream. Ninjas, you have been doing stand-up. He says they have the biggest podcast, over 50,000 Patreon subscriptions. He says, I don't know what the splits are, but you let your wife mess up the bag for you. Fuck your uncle. Damn. 50K Patreon. Sheesh. That is a big bag. Golly. All right, I need to get on some of that. And our brother Dennis F says Gabrielle Union said she felt entitled to cheat on her first marriage since she was paying all the bills and regrets not feeling more remorse while doing it. Ring the bell. Indeed. Okay. Anytime, and he says, boss the fuck up. Anytime a woman pays for something in the relationship, you got to understand that's her buying her way out of something. I can't tell you what she's buying herself out of. But when a woman says she wants to pay in a relationship, she's buying something. She's not doing it out of the kindness of her heart. For instance, a woman on a first date may say she wants to pay 50-50 so she doesn't feel like you're going to pressure her to sleep with her after the first date. She bought her way out of that pressure, as opposed to you pay 100% and then you're like, hey, you got to pay me back. But she'll pay half the date and you'll be like, well, she paid me and she did this and she bought me drinks. The reason why, she could take the pressure off of you demanding that you sleep with her. That's a way she buys herself out. A woman in a relationship buys herself out of gender roles by paying 50% of the bills. If she pays 50% of the rent, you can't tell her to clean up. She was like, you clean up. You clean up. I pay just as much as you, because men used to leverage that. Well, I'll pay the bills in here. She gonna be like, well, we both pay the bills in here. So you cook, you clean. When you tell her, your girlfriend, your wife, hey, you have to sleep with me. We're in a relationship together. She was like, no, we don't. I pay just as much as you pay. So if that's what you're doing, she's doing that. She's not doing it because she feels like she should pay half. She's doing it to buy her way out of being controlled. Buy her way out of you telling her what she has to do. So dudes don't get that. Well, she buy me stuff and she do that. If a woman buys you something, she buys you a PlayStation. My woman buy me PlayStation and video games and Q bucks and V bucks. What is she buying? She's buying the fact that you gonna sit your goofy ass down there and play that fucking video game and not be out here chasing hoes. So she knows where you at. As long as you on that motherfucking PlayStation, you ain't out there chasing hoes. So she buying loyalty and time from you. So you can sit right there. Well, at least he right there. I don't like him playing games, but he gonna be right there. As opposed to, you ain't buying a PlayStation. You gonna be outside with them hoes. So dudes don't get it when they be trying to tell me how they deal with women and money. I'm like, dude, she literally getting you. She just finessing the shit out of you. And you think you making her spend money on you and paying the choosing fee. Women are very in tune and smart of how they move, especially when it comes to them parting ways with money. Much of it is to exhibit some sort of, or prevent you from controlling, preventing you from forcing her to feel like she has to do something that you're not going to do because you contribute more. And she's trying to buy time. She's buying your presence and time. And if this wasn't true, what do we see some women do in the case that you break up? What does she do? She tears up that box. She burns your clothes. She cuts up your suits. She burns your Michael Jordan's shoes in the bathtub. She destroys that thing. You're not going to be playing at another bitch's house on PlayStation. You're not taking them Jordan shoes to go to another woman's house. You're not taking these nice clothes that I bought for you and wearing them to another nigga's house, to another woman's house. She going to destroy that thing. Okay. She's not going to let you take that to the next woman. No, you don't get to take that. That's what I got you for me. I benefit from that. You keep that shit here and you go on. All right. Anyway, try to tell you what y'all got going on. Y'all be trying to brag about that shit. And I'm like, man, you so crazy. Y'all so dumb. Shout out to our brother Preston, says that's a bad. Okay, I already got that one. Y'all so dumb. She buys me drinks. She take me out shopping. Yes. One guy once said, whatever you give a woman is a gift. Everything she gives you is a loan. All right. That was CGA. Somebody going to steal that at some particular point. Everything you give a woman is a gift. Everything she gives you is a loan. You're loaning the pussy. You're loaning the titties. She's loaning you the PlayStation. She's loaning you the time. She's loaning you her body. She's loaning you any gift she gives you. It's a loan. She going to ask for it back. She going to take you to small claims court, ask for that shit back. Somebody going to be out here talking about men are in love, women are in business. Some nigga going to post whatever a woman gives you as a gift, everything she gives you as a loan. I came up with that. Okay. The children, that's a loan. She loaned you those children. One of the first thing a woman does when the relationship is over is take them children. Well, at least you got kids out of it. One of the first things she takes, if there's children, is children. Those are loans. She loaned you them goddamn children. Now you're going to pay for them now that the relationship is over via child support or alimony. Now, you're going to tell her, well, I got you a computer. I bought you a bike. I bought you a washing machine. She going to be like, that's a gift. I bought you an engagement ring. I bought you jewelry. I bought you purses and handbags and high heels. She was like, that was a gift. You gifted that to me. You got that for my birthday. You got that for my anniversary. You got that for Mother's Day. You got that for Valentine's Day. Those were gifts. So you can't take it back. You an Indian giver. How you going to take back a gift? Remember, I got you the laundry machine, the washing machine. I'm going to take that out. No, you got that for Mother's Day. You got that just out of the kindness of your heart. Everything you give a woman is a gift. Everything she gives you is a loan. Be on top of this shit, bro. I'll lace y'all up. Y'all be talking about the ism out here. I'll be giving y'all so much information out here that you didn't even realize was being played over your goofy ass. Y'all brag about shit. Meanwhile, y'all getting finessed out here. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button. We out of here, man. Enjoy yourself. Protect yourself at all times. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on step. Everything I do is.